Good day and welcome. Thank you for joining me today. I hope you're having a great day. We're back to Euro Truck Driver here. A little bonus stream this afternoon. I was trying out the Avengers game. It's pretty fun. Please like, share, and follow. Would be muchly appreciated. This will like, share, and follow this particular stream, that is. So please do so, even if you stream or shared earlier. And let's get that poll up. Publish. And that stuff within sight. Here we go. And make sure things are working. Like the stream is on, so that's a good sign. Like the stream is on, so that's a good sign. Here we go. And back to the game. Things going. Thank you for liking, Kevin, following earlier, and hopefully we will see you again here tonight. Alright, let's get that radio on here. People like the radio, I think. There we go. Jeremiah, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. We're delivering postal packages to start here. I think I gotta go left. So let's get moving. I gotta turn my lights on, or are they on? There they are, yeah. There we go. We're bringing the postal packages. Big trip. A mid-sized trip, I guess. Going to the ferry right away here. And then we will be on our way. Right, guys. I know you want to see the postal packages delivered successfully without tickets, so we're going to try our hardest. Actually, what I should do is I should go to buy a couple trucks for my Empire. But we'll do that after. Right. Onto the ferry we go. So we're up to 350,000 bucks. I'll be able to afford a couple trucks. Embark. Don't forget to vote in the poll, you guys. What movie you like out of those? If you have any questions about the movies, I could try to answer what I can. The roof up there. You can see this truck is only have 12,000 kilometers on it. It's fairly new. My Scania. The highest Scania. You have to get to level 25 to get this one. That guy signaled really late. So the Scania truck, and then I changed it a little bit so that it was a little more lighter load friendly. It was really heavy load friendly oriented. We got a good balance out of it. Dwayne, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Ben earlier, much appreciated. We're only 13 hours away now. Probably like one sleep in between or something. All right. I don't know what that sign was about. I was trying to read that. Looked like an email address. Alright, you guys, we're going too fast. Too fast, too furious here. Alright, we're gonna make it a right up here. Alien. Alien. All right. So let's get on the road. Hopefully we'll be on the highway soon here. Making the monies. Whoa, let's get that pole, eh? Yeah, that was close. Smell the roses right there. Kobe. Well, I know Mad Max in the pole. Mad Max is in the pole. The Road Warrior is Mad Max. That's the first Mad Max. Baby Driver is good though. Thanks for liking. You ever seen A Boy and His Dog? That's a weird movie that's kind of Mad Max era too, the original Mad Max. That was kind of a weird show though. Boy and His Dog actually is listed as one of the ones that inspired Fallout. We'll get around the big turn here. That was the first Mad Max. I meant the new one. You prefer Baby Driver over the old Mad Max, so there you go. Actually, I was reading a website there, and it had some suggestions of highest rated or most popular car movies, so I picked some from there and some from my own thoughts, that kind of thing. Okay, we can get up to speed here, man. 90. 90 is the speed limit here. We'll pass this guy. Yeah. We're flying now, man. We just got the power truck compared to them, I guess. So I was playing that Marvel game earlier today. Marvel Avengers. Was a pretty fun game so far. Oh, hold on here. Where am I supposed to go? I think this one? Yeah, totally, that's where I get messed up sometimes, you know? It looks like it's kind of telling you to go one way, but it's not. You missed it. Well, you can see the VOD later if you want. I just played it for a couple hours. Figured I had some time, and that game has been sitting around since I bought it. Thought I'd give her a little go, see what it was like. It's supposed to be Xbox X enhanced. Just recently, so figured, you know, what the heck, got some time, might as well play it. I have this week off from work, so you know, bit of bonus time, you know. Never really watched gameplays of it, so you don't know the game a lot. Well, I'll tell you one thing, in my poll, Iron Man versus Batman. Iron Man just smoked Batman. But you know, if I ever play a Batman game and I run the same poll, it'll be interesting if Batman smokes Iron Man. You know? We got the DC Marvel rivalry there. They're very similar in terms of smartness and all that stuff. Batman's probably a little more gadgety, but you know, both the millionaires as their superpowers. Iron Man is the obvious winner. Did you ever see the they had a series on YouTube before where they would pit different characters against each other, and they had like Batman versus Darth Vader. And they'd play it out, you know. It's kind of an interesting series. I can't remember who else they did. I can't remember even who won, really. I think Darth Vader won, but can't remember totally. It was a close battle. Get her up to speed, man. Darth Vader's OP. Darth Vader can kill people with not even being close to them. That's the thing. Where Batman might have a little bit of a problem. You know, considering he force choked some generals that were on different planets. So I think that would be a tough thing for old Bruce Wayne. Mind you, you know, Batman did a lot better against Superman than you'd think. Sorry, Batman, but kryptonite doesn't work on Vader. Yeah, what would he have to use? He'd have to screw up. He'd have to use an EMP device. I think he did in that video. Actually, I think he did use an EMP device on Vader. Remember, Amanda, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. I got a money built up again. I have to watch out for wrecking my truck. I made a TikTok on that and YouTube about that one. Man, it cost me 75 grand. It was like double the run I was on. That was a big run. Alright, so where we got 857 kilometers to go. Got to do repairs on my truck one of these days. Looks like it's probably about a couple $1,000 worth of wear and tear on it. Paul, thank you for liking, much appreciated. That was just instrumental, that song, I guess. Didn't hear any words. Enjoying the music there. Yeah, it was alright, I guess, that song. Still would rather have Mike Patton music. Oh yeah, I was gonna find that clip, forgot, and I forgot. With Faith No More on Bill and Ted 2. I'll have to remember later maybe. Going for ticketless run so far here, so we're doing good. Hopefully we can keep that up. All right. I like those gates better because I don't have to stop at a precise spot. This seems like it's a little far forward. My remote. Oh, all over the place. Bit better. Felt like I was looking forward too much. How's the sound for the mic? I moved it a little bit. Hopefully it's a little better. Hopefully better, man. We are cruising. Or bruising. 90 here. We can speed it right up. All the way up. 4 more kilometers an hour. I saw in the news they were showing this place that was jam-packed with people, some restaurant in Vancouver. The health inspectors gave them went in there and gave them a warning, and everybody in the crowd there chanted for them to leave. Like, these businesses say that it'll, you know, they gotta make a living, but really, you know, there's like so many different plans that they can apply for and stuff. It's kind of wild that they don't apply for them. All right. Oh crap, we gotta go over here real quick. Oh geez, that guy hit me from behind. I'm surprised it didn't charge me. Dolores, thank you for following, much appreciated, and thank you for liking. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but thank you for liking so much. We are cruising here. We're making some good time, I think. Our guy's half sleepy. We got half gas. We're doing all right. Priya, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. There's a refreshing Zevia. You never had the Zevia. It's 0 calorie. And it's made with stevia instead of aspartame. So, you know, that's good, I think. Played a little bit of Avengers earlier. I don't know how that affects algorithms and stuff like that. Facebook's very algorithm driven. Hopefully it doesn't affect it. It's out of the usual time zone, you know. Ellis, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Alright, you guys. 661 kilometers to go. We'll be delivering the mail packages before you know it. There's mail packages. Does that mean like Amazon? Amazon gets a good deal. They go through the mail too, you know. They buy the postage very, very cheaply. Carl, thank you for liking, much appreciated. We are cruising. Better slow down though, we don't want a ticket. These toll booths. Dude's job is to stand outside. Hey Ruin, how are you? Alright guys, we're getting places now. You're wondering, we're delivering mail packages. Mail is gonna get somewhere. I don't know if they really do this in freelance trucks though like this, but you know, because there's lots of truck drivers out there needing work. All right. Leg down. There's a bed, eh? Whoa. Ah. Trailer damage. What the crap? I crashed into something? There. Feels like it's on my head. There. Guess we're not ticket free. That's better. Some poor vehicle got hit. Shouldn't have been sneaking around beside me, I guess. I was gonna hit that stupid board, eh? Danny, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Paris, this way. Alright, so we're going over here. Deliver the post packages. Still got 534 kilometers to go. We're going there. Getting there soon enough. We have to enter the poll, guys. Movie you like? They have other movies to suggest, you know, I'm willing to hear them too, but I just happen to pick those. Alright. 5 in the morning game time. We're gonna have to probably sleep in about 100 kilometers. What? What's that about? Lost money on something? Didn't know those drivers could lose money. Alright. So, anybody have any suggestions for driving games? Driving Monopoly, maybe? Get places. You can. Don't forget to share the stream. It'd be muchly appreciated. Those shares, especially in the first while, help a lot. And of course, liking and following are awesome too. Hopefully I put this game onto the right thing, eh? I was actually tagged the wrong game because I played a different game or something. We're making good ground though, I tell ya. 400 kilometers to go. We'll have to sleep soon though. Turn here. Alright. Back up to 90. Everybody's got to vote now. Everybody vote now. Oh, cranked in that car behind us. Driving the line wherever we want, you know. Gonna go crazy. Let's go together. We're turning right up here, eh? Oh, I almost got him. Going towards Bears. Yeah, guy's tired now. There's a rest stop up ahead though, fortunately. We will utilize that. No gas station though, eh? Gonna run over the sidewalk. Right over it. Oh. Oh, we're awake now. How'd you like that method acting, eh? Not too hard for me to act tired, though I'm always tired. There's a gas station ahead. We're gonna pump you up! Lines of gas up while we're here, eh? Could have rested here too, I suppose. Oh, well, it was a good time resting at one and gassing up at the other. Totally. Pump it up. Get all that gas. Eh? Imagine spending $1,000 on gas. Nuts. $1.31. William, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. We're well rested, so we don't need to rest up. Bring in the postal packages. We got 4 hours driving. Game time, 300 kilometers pretty much. There, we'll just adjust slightly. Now we're set. Am I still on camera good? Yeah. Awesome, man. We're getting places now. Make some dough, and then when I pull in, if I remember, I'm gonna buy a couple trucks, I think, and then expand my driver fleet because I gotta start getting them XP, you know. Yeah, Beast, thank you for liking, much appreciated, and for following, much appreciated. Nice to meet ya. I don't think I've ever met anyone with the name Yabis before. What country are you from? Are you from, somewhere I'm not familiar with? Like, is your name common or in your area? Definitely not too many in Canada that I could think of anyway. The Ibisas. Never met any Ibisas. Well, there could be some Ibisas, I'm not sure. They've never introduced themselves to me. Alright, you guys, we're gonna make a big old circular turn here. We're going under this bridge. Go 50 under it. Delivering the post. We're like Kevin Costner, the postman. There we go. Nice, smooth, round turn. Or McDonald's would be saying that we're loving it. Another toll booth, because you know we don't have enough of those in our life. $38 smacks there, $38. Oh, better drive on the road, eh? Those birds are planes. Lumpity-doo. Apex and Penticton, BC, Canada. It was great when I was there during the Vancouver Winter Olympics. Cool. That's awesome, William. You know, I had a former coworker of mine entered the draws for the Winter Olympics, and he got gold medal hockey tickets and the opening ceremonies. And he was at kind of a dilemma for the longest time, but he wound up, because he kind of wanted to go, you know, if it was Canada in the finals, right? But you know, he took the money. Somebody bought those tickets off him for $1,000. He got them for free. So he wound up making a bunch of profit off the Olympics. Excuse me. But then he kind of regretted it, because then I think Canada did wind up in the finals. Like in that gold medal game. I can't remember if they won or lost though. But that was the Whistler one, you know. He got free beer the whole time because it was the only American in the Canadian bar rooting for USA in hockey. It was like, you get you some drinks. You know, it's funny. Funny that were they buying you Canadian beer? I remember going to a Maple Leafs game in Seattle, and there was a fan behind me. You know, the whole place is full of Maple Leafs or Blue Jays fans, and And then, you know, one Blue Jays fan started yelling at another Blue Jays fan, and he was like, your shirt's not even a, you're not a real fan. Your shirt's not even a real jersey. It's a shirt from Walmart. They're insulting each other. Then they saw each other in the drinking area after, and they bought each other beer. When USA won, I like to think that was my cue to leave. Oh, there you go. That might have been the game that my coworker had for tickets. I think overall they're pretty, people are pretty nice. Although, you know, in terms of, you know, politeness and stuff like that, I don't think anything would have happened to you. Although right now, if you come to British Columbia with American plates, though, there's a good chance you'll get your car keyed because of that COVID stuff. I don't know if they've calmed down with that, but they were doing that quite a bit. Anybody with out-of-province plates, especially if they're American plates, when COVID was so out of control, you know, and it's still pretty bad. I mean, we're all in lockdown right now. All the restaurants are supposed to have patio only, but hopefully I'll get that under control with the vaccinations rolling in. But for a while, everybody would side-eye every American plate, though, that's for sure. Of course, the border's still closed, so the Americans going through are supposed to go straight to Alaska. One guy got fined 250 grand because he said he was going to Alaska and he decided to go vacationing. They were cool, went up to Apex numbers. Apex Mountains, and partied all night. It's just a game. Yeah, it's pretty good attitude, eh? Although there was a time when Vancouver Canucks lost and there was a giant riot. Although sometimes riots are, you know, there's a small group of troublemakers that kind of get out and then they kind of stir the pot a bit, and then, you know, other people get involved in it. I think that was some of that Vancouver Canucks riots that happened there too. You know, like I think there's some people that have nothing to do with it. Might not have even been hockey fans. They might have been just out for the trouble, you know. Used to wreck some stuff. And it got a lot of people in trouble because they've been charging people. Even a couple years after that, they were charging people still. Get caught up in that mob mentality, I guess. "18-year-old drinking is an issue. I almost got in a fight with some because I'm American, and the Canadians I became friends with all got in front of me and said, you want to fight him, you have to fight us." Oh, that's nice. Came to your aid and you just made friends with them. Yeah, there's some people that are up to no good, eh? Yeah, it's probably different being American and then you come into Canada and the drinking age is like 3 years younger, eh? It would be 19 in BC here, but 18 in Alberta and stuff like that. Yeah, it's funny though. I went to PAX, Penny Arcade Expo, which is a big convention. I went to a party, and you could buy beer and stuff at the party, and I went to buy Canadian beer, and at the party they said they had no Canadian beer. And Seattle's like literally like an hour and something from the border. You'd think they'd have some Canadian beer. So I had a Corona. That's not Canadian beer, Mexican beer, but probably produced in the States or whatever anyway. Oh crap, I gotta get over there. Oh! Nailed them. $400, man. Oh man, my tires turned red too. Bugger. Man, that freaks you out because your wheel shakes. And here I am just trying to pass somebody. Oh, wrong one. We also drank German beer, whiskey, and scotch on the rocks when you're there. Oh, really? Almost took the wrong turn. I have to go for repairs for my car one of these times. Probably about $3,000, $4,000 now. Slammed into a dump truck. That doesn't help anything, does it? We got the mail there though. Getting the mail into place. Here's the place, I guess. The mail depot. Get caught on the fence if I'm not careful. Where do they want it? Over there. That's gonna be a tight one, eh? This is a trailer there. There it is. It'd probably be easier to do it this way, I guess. Oh, wrong way. Forward again here. Well, this isn't working out very good, is it? Mando, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Try to get that as straight as I can here. Okay, now that we're getting up there, I keep turning the wrong way. They hate roundabouts in Iraq. There's a lot of roundabouts in this game, eh? I don't know. I think I gotta go left to go right. Oh, getting somewhere, and that went not too hard there. Left to go right. Put that trailer. Yeah, turn the opposite in the wheel to make the trailer move that direction. I always want to turn the wrong way, and then I realize. Almost, we're getting close. I can do it. There we go. We made it. Excellent. Look at that, 40,000 bucks. All right, let's go buy a couple trucks. Truck dealers. Buy online? Can't buy online yet. Ladies, let's do an Invenco. We need to buy 5 trucks. Okay, we'll buy online, or we'll go in person. Jody, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. The reason I'm buying Avenkos is because they're cheapest, and I'm buying them for my NPCs. They're 97,000 bucks base model. How do we scroll? All right, we got Romania, we got Turkey. Got room there. Purchase. No. I don't think there's room in Dresden. Romania. We got 2 in there. And purchase. And then our garages will be full, or we'll have to upgrade or buy a new garage. And we can hire 3 drivers now. I bought 5 Avenkos now. And then drivers, recruitment agency. All right, what's she good at? 2 of these. What's she charging anyway? 361. We could drive those. Oh, she's got some distance and those. These are useless. Need 3 drivers, so. Look at this guy, eh? Carrot top. I don't think it makes a lot of difference, to be honest, but all right. Well, definitely her. We got some road and we got some this stuff. That'll be good money probably. We've hired like mostly ladies so far. We're equal opportunity employer here. All right. Is there anybody with double roads or anything? I think there was. No double roads. This guy has a road, and I think that's valuable. These things are good, I think. Those, she's got 2 of those. I don't know what this 0.8 driver rating. Not as good of a driver, maybe. I don't know. Let's hire her. We got room there. And she's 1.7, so I guess we got the value stuff. Although this guy has a lot of stuff that's good. He's got road, fragile, timed. Although he wants a bit more per kilometer. This guy's echo driving, that's useless. 1050 and 366 per delivery. So this guy wants more, or 10. Oh, that's not too bad. 366 and 50, and this guy wants 371. Although she wants 361 and 1035. Maybe we'll go for her because that's cheaper. There we go. Everybody's got a position in the garage now. Got lots of drivers. See, this one's 2.5. These guys, they started at 1.7, I think. I think they go up per kilometer anyway, hey? I wonder if this is the maximum number of drivers you can have. Maybe that's the maximum number for these garages, or what? See, they all have Ivecos. Now I bought 5 Ivecos. Those are the cheapest. And then this is my old car, and then that's the new one. We gotta make some more money. Because gotta pay for all these new trucks and upgrades and crap. This one's like 63. That's the same place. This one's a tiny bit more. This one. Holy crap. It'll take 2.5 hours to drive there. Quite the hike, eh? 164 grand, that's pretty sweet, but this one's more per kilometer. We can handle it. We got a good truck. Hey, they took away my vehicle or my trailer, eh? When I parked. We'll take this one. This is good per kilometer. Big load, but whatever. If we see a convenient garage, we'll pull into a convenient garage one time, you know. Should have probably slept first, but maybe this will be big enough. I'll have an escort and I don't have to even worry about sleeping then. Alright. We're getting there. Gonna go pick it up. 31 kilometers away. Look, I can actually, well, still can't exceed 90 kilometers an hour. I thought it was because of the heavy load, but I'm empty right now. Alright, go this way real quick. Not speeding. Almost went the wrong way. Thank you for following, muchly appreciated. Three kilometers to pick up our load. There's some sort of light rail, hey? There's a garage up there. Right by our destination, too. Fire Devil, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Let's grab a repair real quick. Get ourselves up into tip-top shape. $12,000. Fire Devil will probably like that I have a hockey logo on the side of my truck, connecting it all together, eh? Alright. Now we're in tip-top shape. We might need to pull back in there to sleep though, but this is a big enough load. It'll automatically reset our sleep stuff anyway. That looks like a pretty big load. Me. There we go. I was right. It was a big load. Look at that bugger, eh? That guy better check that tank. We don't want no leaks. Look at that thing, eh? Well, I'm gonna have to really take these turns wide. Those guys are having a discussion about it. That guy's talking on his phone. The guy's checking the ropes. I got like 10, 13, 16 tires. Randy, thank you for liking. Alright, guys. Here we go. Wide load. Look at that thing, eh? Pretty big, too. Where do we got to get out here? Here we go, good and wide. I already caught on something. The crap. Alright, hopefully that's clear. We're stuck! Julian, we're stuck! Man, what a job to get out of here. I know the feeling. Man, what a start. We're not even getting out of the parking lot. Right, is that wide enough yet? Get a run at it. You're hooked on this game. Crap, dudes. I don't see the back end of my trailer. There's got to be far enough away now, right? Let's follow these tire tracks right here. And I'm gonna get stuck at this other spot. They clip something. Oh crap. There's no one behind me. Quit honking at me about it. Good evening, crafters. Been playing a long time. I'm like level 28 or something like that. So, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, not really. Alright, we're clear. Got this giant load. Whew, we made it, Call of Crafters, just in time to impress ya. Look at the size of our thing behind us here. Not today yet. We just started though, really. I mean, I delivered one load. And I got this new one and it got stuck a couple times already. Because the trailer is so long, it's ridiculous. Like, really. This thing takes up the whole road. Those crashes cost a lot of money though, you know, I just hired 3 drivers though. I'm an equal opportunity employer. All my staff are female actually. Close though. There was close competition last hiring. There was a dude there. I almost hired a dude there because he was really close, but he was a little bit more expensive, so I went with the female driver. So it was good. Thank you for liking, much appreciated, and Call of Crafters, thank you for liking as well. You know, our Prime Minister was once quoted. You know, he had half of his staff was, half of his cabinet ministers at the time was female. And somebody asked him about it, and he said, because it's 2015, was his answer. Although I don't think his staff is half female right now. You do the same American trucks. Truck sim drivers, it's all diversity. I think it comes down to whoever's got the little road clicks and the things that give you the most money. Alright, hopefully I don't get stuck here. Get right in the middle. One nice thing about doing these big escorted hauls is that you don't have to worry about the traffic lights and stuff as much. Yeah, I used to have a light down there, I thought. I must have hit a button to turn it off by accident. My garages are full now. I gotta expand my garages or buy new garages to be able to hire more drivers. I don't know. Do you know, Julian? Is there a limit to the number of drivers you can actually hire? Like, can you own every garage in the game and just fill up the whole map with garages and drivers, or is there a limit? Because, you know, that'd be interesting to know. And you have to be selective of what garages you buy, maybe, you know. Oh, there's an achievement for filling up the garage? For buying all garages? As long as you have the money. Oh. Because I imagine you make some good coin if you fill up every garage, you know. It's like a trucking empire. You can just sit here and watch, you know. Go back and forth on the ferry for fun. Too bad you can't, you know, when you go on the ferry, too bad you can't just sit back and admire the ocean going by or something, eh? Watch them mirrors on this one. The large garage holds 5 drivers. Oh, it has a gas station. Nice. My one garage in Dresden where I started is just like one spot and that's it. And then I bought 2 others and they're small garages, so they have like 3 drivers each in them. All Iveco trucks except for my second in command because she's using my old truck. So I assume that makes her the second in command. Oops, I just took out that sign. Garage. Whoops, garage. Oh, you said garbage. Whoops. I read it as garage anyway. I didn't even know. Yeah, I would have been one more truck ahead probably, but I got into a $75,000 accident yesterday. That kind of threw me back. Fellow Canadian, nice. I'm from British Columbia. And if you're wondering about the music in this is all free to download on the Facebook Music Gaming Collection, or Music Collection. Northern Ontario, nice. You got that free beer then, or no, dollar beer there. That's the only thing I know about your Premier's campaign, and that he looks like Homer Simpson. Hopefully that's not insulting in any way, but I mean, he does look like Homer Simpson. Every time I see his picture, I think of Homer Simpson. William Bay. Hey, that's my brother. He's a hoot in a bad way. I remember watching Rob Ford on David Letterman or something like that. Or was it Jay Leno? He was on something. He's getting interviewed because, you know, he's that crack mayor from Toronto. Hey, awesome. He can have his good times though, like any political. Yeah, they all kind of do their good and bad stuff, eh? No matter what side they're on, there's always going to be somebody that hates them and somebody that likes them. Ford is the man. Ontarian politics. Well, hopefully he's doing a good job taking care of the COVIDs over there or something. I know we're in lockdown in BC right now. All the restaurants are in patio only, no indoor dining. As they had a big surge. That whole family there had problems. Had their problems. We're hauling a big old tank of something. I don't know what it is exactly, but big. And I gotta watch that I don't clip stuff with it. But I get 60 grand for hauling it for the next city, basically. Like that part. That Rob Ford seemed funny though, like, you know, when he was talking, he seemed like an entertaining guy. People ignored the COVID. Yeah, they have protests and stuff here too. I was just watching a thing on this restaurant in Kitsilano that you know, they claim to be, you know, where they're not under any government, like, you know, they're just self whatevering, and they refuse to follow government rules, and then the whole restaurant was jam-packed with people, and the health inspectors are shutting them down. Although you gotta wonder, you know, if they're so independent of the government, I wonder if they're turning down the CERB and stuff like that. Because, oh, trailer damage. What did they hit? Because, I mean, they could easily support their business with there's a lot of grants out there available right now. Yeah, we got the old John Horgan is our premier here in BC. He's NDP. I don't know. He seems to be doing an alright job overall. People here like to travel, so it gets up the numbers. Yeah, I guess, eh? Everybody kind of wants to go somewhere. I was originally going to go to Florida back before that COVID stuff all started. I was going to a convention, and since I was in that city anyway, I grabbed Disney World tickets and all sorts of things all ready to go. I was pumped right up to go to Disney World the first time ever. And then it's like all this COVID stuff started coming out, and then it's like, oh. And just before they closed the Canadian border, I was like, you know, phoning that, you know, my doesn't look like it's good. It looks like the border's gonna close. I don't want to get trapped down there. And Disney World was good about refunding, but WestJet was absolutely not good about refunding. Dylan, thank you for liking. WestJet, the guy said, you know, I even asked for supervisor and stuff. The guy said, oh, we'll give you a 1-year credit. You know, and it's not, it was like for a specific reason I was going there. It was for a convention. We'll give you a 1-year credit. I said, you don't even know if that's gonna be over by then. He goes, oh, it's just overblown. And sure enough, it's been a year. Valerian, thank you for liking, much appreciated. So, fortunately, WestJet did extend the credit as far as I understand, though. But, you know, it's kind of weird, you know, like, they obviously didn't want to budge at all. And those airlines, you know, they know they don't need to bend too much. Although probably, you know, I still wouldn't go to Disney World for probably at least another year, I bet. You know, because you don't want to go there when it's not normal. You know, they're still doing a lot of precautions and half stuff closed down. Bought my first season tickets for my OHL team and second year of basketball team from Canadian League, so no games was devastating, and still waiting for my sports to come back. Yeah, hey? All those NHL games, no fans. I saw that a lot of people are mad at the MLB right now because they moved the All-Star game out of wherever it was. I'm pretty excited actually. The MLB The Show is going to be on Game Pass for Xbox starting on day one of that. First time on Xbox, MLB The Show. We'll get to give her a play. I had MLB 12, I think it was, on PlayStation 4. So it would be nice to play it on the Xbox and see what it's like. The new one. Finally get to play a baseball game. Yeah, it's kind of nice that it's going to be on there, eh? And it's nice it's on Game Pass on top of it. You know, like I was kind of surprised at that, because usually when companies put stuff on Game Pass, it's because they kind of want to promote it. I guess that is promoting it, but I mean, they're usually it's like a game that they're promoting the next game. I'm a little bit cut off. I should be leaning over this way more. Sorry about that, guys. Like relaxed and leaning over my chair. Probably more ergonomic. He's sitting up anyway, right? But yeah, I don't know, definitely have to check it out and see what it's like. They had that RBI baseball, but I never did play that. Yeah, it's funny, you get stuck on stuff so easy with these big old trailers. I like in this game how the architecture is different when you go different places too. There we go. We're getting places. I should really set my my cruise control to 60 though. Get there in a more timely fashion. Oh, the birds up there. Proud of what the Blue Jays done this year. I haven't really been keeping up on it, to be honest, but I just like that there's a baseball game coming. They're not even in play in Canada, I understand. One thing about streaming like this, you know, you wind up falling behind in a lot of things. But I would play the Blue Jays in that MLB game. Yeah, it's kind of weird having the Canadian teams. I think the Raptors are like that too, aren't they? Where they're playing out of an American city. Otherwise, it's too much hassle for these other ones to come visit. Play in Canada. Tampa Bay. Only the Leafs are playing in Canada. Yeah, because we got that Canadian League. Or Canadian Division, rather. And then it's funny for that, for NHL, I'm a Kings fan, so I was watching the Kings for many years. So they aren't even really in the division anymore with all these Canadian teams I'm used to seeing them against. Like the escort charges towards these vehicles to scare them off a bit. All the Americans are like, Raptors going to move. No, sorry, Toronto isn't going anywhere. William, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. They even stopped the train. Oh, I should be careful. Got so excited about looking at the train tracks, I almost ran into it. What's up? Nice to have all the Canadian. You know what? I hope they put that in NHL 21 next year. You know, like have the choice of between a regular schedule and like the abbreviated COVID schedule with the different teams. That'd be kind of cool. Surprised they didn't incorporate that into this one. Because next year they're probably going to incorporate Seattle. And then have the schedule for next year, so they won't have even acknowledged this year's schedule. But I'd totally play a season of, you know, this year's hockey schedule. Well, I probably wouldn't totally, but probably try it to some degree. It would have been kind of cool if they would have actually acknowledged that, because then you'll have the crowds with the covers on it. This is supposed to be in the game, right? I can't see that have been that much work, to be honest. You know, because they just make a new schedule. Graphics are off the hook on this game. It does look good, eh? There was a 1.4 update recently, and they really changed the lighting system. And I think that really kind of added, they were kind of doing a lot of adjustments, graphical adjustments, and then there's a new DLC coming out. This week, I think, is when it is. Iberia. And then for American Truck Simulator, they got Texas on the way too. Yeah, they did it both. I think they did American Truck like one day, and then the European Truck Simulator the next day. And my guy's tired, and there's still 2 hours to go. Kick her into gear. I'm playing the single player mode right now, but there is a World of Trucks, so you can play multiplayer if you want to. It's like external contracts, it looks like. I haven't actually tried the multiplayer yet. I've been kind of focusing on my single player building first here. I still wreck up pretty good sometimes, so I don't want to wreck somebody else's game, you know? Under 24 kilometers to deliver this big old tank thing. Multiplayer only online. No, I'm not really going that fast, buddy. Like 20 under the speed limit here, and you're kind of holding me up. What places to be? Do you think the tire packs are worth it? You know, and stuff like the Scania or whatever up the, you know, the different truck packs essentially. Because I saw there's like 4 different kinds of DLC. So I got the ones that were like extra maps and like the stuff like heavy loads and stuff like that. But I saw there's some tire packs and there's some the different brand of trucks. You can get like packs for them too, but it looked like it was a different app. The World of Trucks company is considered online aspect soon though. Oh, that's interesting. I assumed it was one and the same, but I guess not, eh? They could buy them out. Just acquire the other guy. And they'd save themselves some time. Powerplay Gaming, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. 94 clicks to go. Thank you for notifying. You're willing to invest, the game has sales a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of figured I'd maybe check into those when they went on sale. Workers demanded your attention earlier, so I had to leave. Did you get far in the Avengers? I think I got to, I would assume, the end of a chapter kind of thing. I just got to Bruce Banner, and then it said Hulk recruited or whatever. So I assumed that was a good spot because I was getting hungry and I had to go eat. I'll probably play some more soon here. You know, in the tomorrow or something, maybe in the afternoon. Procash, thank you for following, much appreciated. And Clint, thank you for liking. Man, these trips, they wear your guy right out, eh? It's only the next town. I wouldn't expect to be so tired. Guess you're hauling the biggest thing in the world. It's stressful. The external contract is just people posting jobs. The bonus is that those jobs don't have a deadline. Only real lifetime. Oh, okay. Are they like super long jobs or? Man, this guy, this escort guy, he's like not in a hurry. My guy's gonna fall asleep. Probably keeping things slow because I got my brights on the whole time. But the external contracts is multiplayer jobs though, right? Right, we're turning left up here. 34 clicks away. Gotta be a boring job being the guy behind this, eh? Second escort. Oh, we gotta do a roundabout. There we go, we made it. Oh, no multiplayer in the game yet. Oh, okay. I assume that was the World of Trucks part. I don't know. They have a role-playing server. Like Breaker 49. Some smokies up there. Although there's smokies everywhere in this, I find. I just go over the speed limit just a touch and I get a ticket. Every time the speed goes from the whatever my cruise control is at, and it drops 10 kilometers for 5 seconds and I get a ticket. They're on top of things. I think the Night City Police are in this game. I don't know if you know what I mean by the Night City Police, but if you play Cyberpunk, those cops are on top of you too. Although I guess they patched that, so it's less, they have a little more distance from you. They take a tiny bit longer to respond. But I tell you, I'm funding that police department, the virtual police department myself, I think. We're going to the nuclear reactor. What do we got there? We got a follow. Procash, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. And we got some stars for Star. Ain't much, but I hope you know you're appreciated for always being here to hang out. Well, thank you so much, Clint. Much appreciated. And thank you, Chris, for liking. House of Hydra, thank you for liking and sharing, Chris. Look at this big old thing we're hauling, man. Hey, dude. Well, we get to park right here. We don't even have to fool around. Thank goodness, because I wouldn't want to park it in there. These guys are giving me directions. He's going, okay, come on, come on. And he said stop. This is the longest big load you've seen. The route is this, if you don't mind. Oh, I can show you. It's gone now probably. 398 kilometers. Where was that? Goes to here. And where was I? I was in Nantes, I think. But it doesn't tell you right after it's done. But you can see the road where I came from because it's yellow still. So somewhere over here by Nantes. There's a big one, eh? Alright, we gotta look at our map again here because I need sleep. There's no sleep near here, eh? Maybe that's the closest one? There's 63K. Oh. Just turn her right around and go sleep real quick. The guy doesn't fall asleep. Maybe it was 40K. I thought it was at 100 something. It was $60 a kilometer though. Get over here. Didn't want to fall asleep, so we better drive faster. With the rock music. Probably should have checked for jobs where I was, but get going, blue car. I should get my. Too bad they can't get my front like the maximum overdrive. You know, with the green goblin thing on the front. Because then cars get out of my way. Imagine seeing that. Getting tired. Won't close. You can actually. You can in this one too. I did it. I found I was all of a sudden heading towards a pole. So I'll get a couple fines before I actually fall asleep. Alright, here's our spot. Yeah, I recorded it on one of my recent YouTube videos. If you go, there's a link in the video description, but there's one called Sleepy Time. All right, let's find a job here now. Took me a long time to figure out you can click on the city. $43 a kilometer. There's only 2 jobs, really? Can't click on that one or what? That one's pretty good. No, it's $42 an hour too. Really? Limo G's doesn't have anything? Is it only the ones that have big dots that have loads or what? Huh. Limoges. Yeah, it's just a destination, I guess. Oh well. Couple jobs here. Guess we'll go take that one. France has 5 nuclear plant towns. They only have 1 store. Alright, we'll go get our things here and I'm going to England, I guess. There's a train. The trains aren't very long, you know. I used to load trains for a coal mine when I was a summer student there. And they had like frickin' 99 cars. Oh crap, speed violation. I didn't even see a cop. You could search by city name, but the big circle is your discovered area. To get jobs in cities, you need to discover them. Oh, okay, so I might not have been through that city yet or something. Well, there you go, eh? Snack-a-Lot, thank you for liking. I'm sorry I didn't thank you right away. It didn't beep there that I noticed. And John, thank you for liking. The CPR can have 120 cars or something like that. John, hey bro, how are you? Yeah, there are about 100 cars most time for CPR. Or not CPR, CN rail was typically what I was loading. The job entitled this, I got to fit in a little operator cabin, and you had to open the chute at a certain point. You know, there's little metal things on the car. You kind of use those as markers. And then you had to close the chute on the last metal thing. Otherwise, the chute would keep draining, and then it would wind up between the cars, and you'd have to stop the train, go and shovel the darn tracks off. Otherwise, you'd derail it. And you also had to spray latex on. There was like this bar that you had to cross that kept plugging up all the time. You sprayed latex on top of the coal because that would keep the dust down. You just had the longest pee? Alright. 15-minute traffic delay? I bet you pee long after you're after driving truck. I imagine some of these truck drivers do, eh? Alright, we gotta go in here. Open up, dude. Sometimes though, I gotta hold it. I try to go when I can though, you know. Sometimes I gotta go, you know, and just take a quick break. A bio break, or as they call it. Looks like we got one of the movies pulling ahead a little bit, eh? Ray from the Trailer Park Boys. One of the elevator near the town I live has really cool railway for BP. There's 3 circles and they fill it with 100 some cars in one pass. No backing or anything. It's super cool. Oh really? Yeah, Trailer Park Boys, eh? Oh, did I miss the turn? Just flip it around, man. There we go. Venti, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Alright, let's go get these dozers or whatever they were. Oh, that's a cool trailer. Is that the one in front of us? Bright Market. Going to the United Kingdom, man. I'm going to be driving on the other side of the road. Going to Grimsby. Heavy. As Marty McFly would say. Fortunately, we can just pull straight out here. That's awesome. 1,125 kilometers, guys. We're getting $40 a kilometer. Gonna get some good money. I'm Julian, by the way. Oh, there you go. First thing that crossed my mind was Julian from the Trailer Park Boys. There. Holding his rye. There we go. Oh, he always has rye. It's the classic, eh? I know you meant the follower, Julian. But I mean, just because they were mentioning Julian. Or not mentioning Julian, they were mentioning Trailer Park Boys. Can you imagine? Oh! We'd be honored. Actually, to be honest, if Julian from the Trailer Park Boys or any, I just treat everybody the same, to be honest. You know, you always see those videos of people like freaking out because Mr. Beast is in their chat. But, you know, if Mr. Beast came in the chat, I'd probably act the same, to be honest. This job will pay big smackers of $40K, that's right. We need the 40K so we can work towards more trucks. Or more garages, I guess, rather, first, and then more trucks later. Is it better to buy more garages or buy more upgrades, I guess? I don't know. But, I saw somebody, they had a tweet where they had Mr. Beast pop in, and he dropped like a dono of like $1,000. I mean, that'd be pretty exciting, you know, don't get me wrong. So like he's starting to kind of freak out a little bit. And then he said, if you win this game, $10,000. She didn't wind up winning the game. She got $5,000 though. He donated after that. So she got like a good payday for that stream, I tell ya. That was on Twitch. But I think the pressure would be on, you know, it'd be like, you know, someone saying they'd give me $10,000 for getting no tickets at all during a run like this. I mean, sure enough, right after that is when I'd get a ticket. But, you know, it's kind of weird though, because, you know, it's like almost like it's, you know, somebody like that comes in there and it's like all attention's on them all of a sudden, you know. But I guess they're dropping $1,000, you know. They're kind of one of the reasons you prefer chilling here. You're genuine no matter who's watching your stream. Refreshing with all the fake personalities. Yeah, I think I'd try to act normal. I mean, you know, I was pretty humbled. One time somebody did drop, when I was a mixer, somebody did drop a dragon and a dumpster, I think, in one session. That's like $300. I was like, wow, that's crazy, and I thanked them. But I mean, you know, it wasn't like I was trying to not make them uncomfortable too, you know, by freaking out or whatever. The you know, I'd want to, if Mr. Beast came through here, I'd want him to feel welcome to hang out without the extra pressure kind of deal. It'd be weird, but because, you know, you see the guy on Philip DeFranco or whatever all the time. I'd like to have Philip DeFranco stop in. That'd be kind of fun, but you'd never know if it's really them anyway. But you know, or a rep of theirs or whatever, I guess, eh? If anybody can make a name of whatever they want to be called too. Zoom in. We go to Australia. I don't think Australia's in this yet, unfortunately. That'd be really cool though. I'd drive in Australia if it was in this game. I don't. Can you actually get to Australia from Europe via land though? Really? I mean, that'd be quite the ferry ride. Or something. Where's my garages? They're in mostly down in Turkey area and Romania. So they're down. So Dresden is one of them. And then does it say where? Oh, it doesn't show on this map. Where's the garage one? So, Edirne Pătești. So, well, that's Romania and Turkey, I believe. Oh, I know a way to look at that. I'll go to the garage buyer. So there they are right here. So I got one in Turkey. I should get one in Istanbul, not Constantinople. And we got one in Romania and then one over in Germany. I don't know if the garage location makes any difference, to be honest, but maybe it's easier to get jobs if they're not all close together. I don't know. Nice long deliveries for CPU. Is it longer when it's over there? I don't know. They just kind of do their thing, I guess. I don't know. In their cheap Iveco trucks. Because that's the cheapest truck. I'd put a Canadian paint job on it, but that would cost me an extra 20 grand. Otherwise, I'd have a fleet of Canadian painted trucks. Come on, blue car, get going. How about that? Got a heavy load, so of course my car takes a long time to accelerate. I have one driver in Istanbul and she makes 50 to 70k. Oh really? I should buy Istanbul because of that song. I don't know if you know what song I'm talking about, but they might be giants. I guess I can go way faster than that. Up to 90, man. Can you get your truck to pass 90? Do you have to like really soup it up? Darn if I can get past 90. I got 730 horsepower. 88, 89, 90. There we go. Just level up long distance first. I think I have it on balanced training. I just figured they'd do their thing eventually, you know. Alright, there we are. I can't remember that band that sings that Istanbul, not Constantinople song, what their name is. I think it is They Might Be Giants, but I'm not 100% sure. Pretty catchy tune though. Not drive over there. Alright, where are we going? Paris? I looked all over Paris and the Eiffel Tower is not there, man. Kind of disappointed. I was like moving my mouse around trying to find it. $90 max unless downgrades. ATS, the max 160 when you switch kilometers, not miles. Oh, there you go. Guess there's bigger engines in the American truck. It's Istanbul, not Constantinople. Yeah, that's the song. In old New York. I think that guy became like a politician or something. I don't know. He's in the news or something. Maybe he had a TV show. I don't know. Got in trouble or something. Who knows, right? Maybe he's on the news for being in trouble. Them celebrities, they get in trouble sometimes. How's our gas doing? Pretty good. Our gas is good. Our sleep's not bad. We're making the kilometers. Yeah, definitely, you know, I think they gotta incorporate some Canada into the American Truck Simulator. Because I'm sure nothing would be funner for Americans to drive into Canada, do a little bit of international border crossing, and suddenly have kilometer signs on the road. I mean, I think that'd be pretty fun. We all get in trouble. There's just in the news. Yeah, that's the thing, you know, about kids these days. Everything is on the internet now, man. You know, somebody could dig their history up, you know, look through their Facebook from, you know, in 20 years. Saw they went through a party phase or something. I saw that happen to some politician, actually. It wasn't like 20 years, it was just a few years, but he was on the cover of a metal album for some garage band. Warren, thank you for following, much appreciated. In the Darkest Rain, thank you for liking there. But you know, she was on the cover of a metal album, and people dug that up and, you know, kind of rubbed it in her face because, you know, she's trying to do this political career now. You know, she was like a local, not an MP, but some sort of local politics or whatever for that area. And, you know, it was in Alberta somewhere, and it was in the news here in BC even. On the Facebook news, at least, you know. I read about it because, you know, like, I have a lot of friends from Alberta who post all sorts of crap. But they're like, oh, that's so disgusting. Of course, it's only when it's the opposite party to what they like, you know. It's their party, they don't say a thing. But as far as it goes, I think that'd be a thing, you know, like growing up in the internet age, it's got to be different. Your streaming thing, I forgot to can give 2 likes. Oh, okay. You don't have to technically thank you twice. I like thanking twice though. Look at Justin Trudeau. Yeah, that got brought up like 8,000 million times. Although he seemed genuine about his apology and stuff like that. Probably cost him some votes, I'm sure. But yeah, no, that was ages ago for him, and I would guess that he learned from it, but who knows, right? Those politicians, they say anything. They coincidentally surfaced out of nowhere, you know, right before an election. You know how it is. It's rough when you do something, you have to think about how it might be interpreted under different. That's true. That's true, yeah. You don't wanna, you know, have something 10 years from now, it's unacceptable, you know. William, thank you for liking the, you know, culture does shift, you know, that's the thing. Definitely things are different. Back in Trudeau's day, they probably didn't realize it was really something, you know, that they didn't really think about it, I'm sure, when that happened. And then of course these days it's really something that is not acceptable at all. Not that it was great to do in the first place, but I never did that. But I remember somebody in my drama class, because I was double major, they, for a role, they did make themselves another race, and you know, you don't realize it as a problem, you know, back in the 90s or whatever year that was. I get 90 kilometers here. Going through some sort of big city. But the thing with today is there's a, you know, it's not someone digging up a photo, it's already on the internet, and the internet's forever. Lee, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Dropping down 80 kilometers an hour here. I wonder if we're coming up to a port yet. This is a cool looking road though. All the shadows. With this bulldozer, man, we're getting in places. We're gonna make the money. Relatively ticket free this trip. I used to get like 8-10 tickets a trip. That's only a couple usually. You know, this election, the NDP lost a lot of ground, yeah. You know, back when the Jack Layton was the guy, that was when they had a really good shot. Man, that guy was getting some. I think he was gonna get some votes. He had a shot. Unfortunately for them, he had cancer. But you know, I think that that was their leader that had the best chance for the NDP. Mylan Jack, my parents used to call him. Yeah, income $1,000 from Suzanne. And we'll see how what these guys do next go around, you know, who knows, right? Although I don't think O'Toole's gonna be able to beat Trudeau, but I guess we'll see. You know who would have beat Trudeau is probably if they would have been able to get Rona Ambrose in there, man. The new leaders are not getting the right combo of platforms. Or, you know, if you're a conservative fan, I think they would have been better off with somebody like Pierre Poilievre or however you say his name. Over O'Toole, anyway. That guy, he's a good talker. Maybe he'll be in the next run or something. But I think that the combination of Trudeau and what's that lady's name? They used her for the negotiations with the states. I think he'll probably be the next one running after Trudeau. I think those guys will be hard to beat. Can't remember her name now. Trying to have the block joining with another party. I don't know why her name's eluding me right now, but she's been in like 3 or 4 important positions now. So I think that she'll be popular enough that she could probably do a run as a leader. But we'll see. She was a good negotiator against Trump in the trading stuff there that was going on with NAFTA. What a hit there. Catch the guardrail. Wonder how close we are to the old port. You know, one time I went to pull my guy in for sleeping, and then as like to realize the ferry was like within sight at the next day. And that ferry resets your guys' sleep. Yeah, I find it interesting to read the different platforms and see what everybody has to say and stuff like that. Yeah, that's who it is. Chrystia Freeland. That's right. Come with an election style that is extremely effective against lobbying and corruption. Problem is, we'd need a revolution or apocalypse even for it to be implemented. Can't really get a corruption while they have all the power. That's true. I think it's hard to change things, that's for sure. Here in the USA. Yeah, I think that lobbies really have a lot of power. You know, especially down in the States. You know, they listen to them. In BC, I think they have it, or no, is it BC and Alberta, or just BC? I think they have it that they are not allowed to accept contributions from companies and unions or something like that. Although there's ways around that, of course, but like where I am, I'm pretty sure they have a rule that they implemented. Or maybe they were talking about implementing a rule and then they, they never did or something. Who knows? NDP here is, Clint, just to give you a proportion, if you were to put it on a right to left scale, your Republicans are the farthest right. And then Democrats are, in Canada, the Democrats would be still considered to the right. And then you'd have our Conservative Party to the left of them. So they're our right here in Canada. But they'd be actually left of the Democrats. And then you got, they're kind of center right is what they would be. And then you have the Liberals, which is the current leading party right now. They're minority leadership. They're center left. And then NDP, which we just mentioned, they'd be farther left. They're very pro-union and stuff like that, or they've in the past been pro-union. And then of course Green Party is the farthest left. And then there's your fringe parties and stuff like that. But to give you a quick basic scope of Canadian politics, I think all of our major parties would be all left of Democrats. Democrats aren't really a left party, if you you put it on the world stage, because even some of the European countries, man, they make Canada parties look like they're right. There's some governments out there that are extremely left out there, in some of the European countries. But interesting though, like I'm just talking about the ideas they present and stuff like that, right? We have 4 with independents in some ridings. And I guess, in Canada, there's also that People's Party. Those guys would be to the right of the Conservatives, but, and then the Bloc Quebec would be probably to the left of the Conservatives. But, it's kind of interesting if you look at all these different countries organize things, There's a lot of influence from the States though in Canada. Like a lot of times Canadian politicians will borrow ideas from seeing something that the Americans do or stuff that's popular on TV or whatever. Like when Trump was getting in power as a businessman, the Conservatives had a guy named Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful. He was trying for the leadership of the Conservatives. He was like on the Dragon's Den, which is one of those investment shows. So he was trying for the leadership there, although he didn't really stand a chance because in Canada, to become prime minister, you pretty much need to know French because a large lot of voters in Quebec, are going to vote for vote for leaders that can speak French. Every time you watch Canada talk on the news, they basically have to answer the question twice, once in English and once in French. We had the flip-flopping party leaders. Some are liberals. I want to see how far it is. Some are left liberals, some are right liberals, depending on their platforms. The method you have developed eliminates all names and affirmations, and people both run and vote for values, with winners being chosen by having the most aligned values. Vice president is chosen by being next in line. They're held accountable because if they consistently go against the values of which they ran for, they're automatically put up for impeachment and await trial. Well, there you go, eh? That way people don't vote for names or people, but values. And the people running those represent those values. That's the one thing about politicians, though. They don't seem to usually stick with everything they campaign on, eh? Where are we? We're really close. We can get that ferry, probably. I will try for it. We're red, but I think we can make it. Might get a couple tickets. You like that thinking? Did you guys see that? I don't know the full details about it, but I guess there's some people really mad at old Trump there because in his thing there, he was like doing fundraising for you could vote or you could try for some sort of political donation, and there was fine print that it was recurring, and normally political contributions are not reoccurring. So, but it was kind of tricky. It was like a little checkbox, kind of you had to look closely at it, and basically he made it a reoccurring payment. And then there was a second check mark that at a certain date they'd charge an extra $100 even. And I guess some people are super mad about that because some people maybe got sick and didn't catch it, or or some people caught it and they got their credit card company to deal with it. But there's some sort of story in the New York Times about it, because there's like even one dude that donated like $1,000, and then it turned into a reoccurring payment, and he got sick or something and he couldn't catch it, and then it wound up being $8,000 because of the little fine print of the reoccurring thing. Because like I said, normally political donations are a one-time thing, and he was just catching people with some fine print. So it's just a high-level version of it. Gets more complicated. Still, like I said, we're in power, they'd never let it happen. Yeah, they don't like change, those guys. Oh, the time is based on how long you're on the boat? Oh no, it's a train! Darn it. I didn't realize it was a train. This is gonna suck. Those trains don't give you any reset, barely. Oh, you might get to see my guy close his eyes completely. That'd be a ferry. Hard to see out that window. That contribution seen as a scam by so many people as is seen said the money would go towards the campaign, but the fine print only donations over 1,000 had to go towards the campaign. Yeah, it was kind of, it was really finely worded. I think this one I can go in. Alright, hopefully this recharges our batteries enough for me to get to a sleeping spot. Ah, stop! Ah, 2% damage. Went in hard there. Sleep time in Britain. Alright, let's get out of here and find a sleeping spot. Bet I can't just pull over to some big old field or something, eh? If that bought us any time at all. One time I went up here and my truck wasn't powerful enough and I wound up rolling backwards. You feel kind of bad for people, you know, when you know, they're thinking it's one thing and then it turns out to be another thing, and then they suddenly lost a lot more money than they're expecting, kind of thing. Too bad. Oh yeah, I gotta go on this side of the road. 5 hours to go. Is there anywhere I can grab a sleep spot? I don't know if that's any faster going straight here. It looks like it's probably, well, maybe moderately closer. In here. Doesn't really tell you the distance, you know. It'd be easier if I actually knew how far it was. Thundering and lightning, very, very frightening. $80 here. 97 here. That's a weird speed limit. You fast travel, get to sleep. Yeah, but that costs you like $1,000. We'll get there. We might get like $200 in fines, but $300 in fines or some crap. But there's the first one. I think we'll get about 3 before our dude actually starts drifting around the road. Oh, we got excessive speed now. Dams only work, they gain the trust of those they give it to them though. Just sad. Seen as the beacon of strength and free world. Eroding for some time. Haven for predation of the uneducated and advocated for. Oh, really? I read all that, I just didn't read it all out loud. Oh, we gotta stop. Yeah, there we go. The heck, eh? Where I gotta go? This way? Oh no, the sleep guy's over here. Another fine. See, we're gonna make it hopefully here. This is where it is, hopefully. Getting the rest. Politics got very predatory during the last term. Yeah, I guess there's always that, eh? They try that up here too sometimes though, too. Although some of those strategies don't work quite the same way in Canada. Man, turning my trailer around in here sucks. Gotta back it up that way, I think. Can go forward maybe a bit. Why isn't he turning? Getting caught on something? Canadian infrastructure being more social and the people have much better understanding the pros and cons of everything. The strategies would, yeah, I think there's a little bit less effective because they do try to do the immigrant scare and it doesn't really work that well. I mean, some people buy into it, but I think overall it doesn't work as good. The PC trying to... The problem with PC and NDP tried to replace Justin but forgot really to connect with people. Took the right approach. You know, I got to see actually one of those town halls. And you know where old Trudeau came to the city and you know answered the questions, and it was legit, man. All those people were asking real questions. There was a lot of softball questions, but you know, because there's like international students there and they were just excited to ask a question. But I mean, there were some people, man. You know, it's funny because in British Columbia, old Justin was getting screamed at because they don't want pipelines, right? They don't want the pipeline to Vancouver, and then you know, so he's getting screamed at about that. And then the next stop he was in like Alberta, and he was trying to convince people in BC that the pipelines, you know, were benefit. And then he went to Alberta, and then he was getting screamed at because I watched some of the next one as well. He was getting screamed at because they want pipelines, and so it's like, you know, it's like funny in that aspect. Redheadden, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Here the media uses sensationalism to create fear in place of facts, so that people remain ignorant instead of using logic. And of course they buy into it a lot. There are a lot of intelligent people here in the US, but not all people. Yeah, I think that, you know, a lot of people will read the headlines too, and they'll, you know, a lot of echo chambers happen these days too, you know. You know, they kind of share the ideas of share the ideas among like-minded people too, and then it kind of enhances the idea a lot of times. Biden destroyed the pipelines. Yeah, that was a different pipeline though. The one that I was talking about that he was getting screamed at for was the one that was going to Vancouver. You know, because a lot of people were concerned about that because it, you know, there wasn't a lot of benefit for BC. You know, for the versus the risk, essentially is what it was. I can't remember that pipeline actually did wind up getting approved in the end. It was that pipeline expansion, but partially because Trudeau bought the pipeline and made it a federal asset rather than you know, because it would have been easier to block if it's not a federal property. Shame that thing's black and white, yes and no offer. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, you know. They don't you know, there's a lot of simplified thinking about things too, because there's a lot of gray areas to things. I think the problem too with that is it became not really that super profitable. So that company was almost willing to walk too for that Vancouver pipeline, because the oil prices changed when they had those offshore platforms in Louisiana come into the play, because they could load the very large crude carriers, and you can't even fit those in that Vancouver harbor. So it keeps the price up a bit higher, and the oil they're bringing out of that area is that stuff from the oil sands, so it's like also a little bit heavier, so it still has to go through an extra processing stage or something once it gets there. From what I understand, I'm not an oil expert by any means, but it's was also a concern because of that heavy stuff, that if there was an accident in the Vancouver harbor, it would damage tourism and fishing industries there. So, you know, having a extra pipeline there would just increase how many boats are going through that area, I guess. Yeah, I think I remember that. I still remember that lady screaming at Trudeau though, and you know, a lot of people were amazed too. You know, from because there were, like I said, there's international students there and stuff, and they're amazed that people would speak to the leader like that. You know, because you know, in many countries, you don't speak to the leader like that. You know, some countries won't put up with that at all. You know, that person could disappear in some countries in the world. Programmers, so many people would like it doesn't work, so the project needs to stop. No use putting more assets into it, and while on the other side saying we need to finish the project overall, its benefits will in time outweigh the cost. ROA is too high, they throw. Meanwhile, nobody's asking what's the problem and how do we fix it. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of programming stuff that they'll drop too, like, you know, like that too though. But I know what you mean. You know, once it becomes once they view it as a write-off. That's too bad. Like, you know, something like Anthem, they were gonna fix that, and then they never did. Not that that's related to me at all, but I mean, BioWare's got a couple bad strikes on it now. I know some BioWare people. There we go. Let's get her up to 90 again. You own Anthem, it's really sad because there was potential. Yeah, they didn't handle it very well, eh? I only played a little bit of Anthem. I did buy it when it was like super cheap, but I only played like a few hours of it one day. Let's keep our fingers crossed. The next Dragon Age is a good hit for them. People were really mad at Andromeda, although I thought that game was pretty decent. You're heading to bed? Alright, have a good night, William. Yeah, it should be interesting to see when the next Canadian election comes up. See how things turn out. This vaccine rollout's been slow, but I don't think it was really... I don't think he's had any strong enough controversies against him that, you know, where I think that if another party tries to beat old Trudeau, that it's going to be a tough battle. One of the case studies I created was put up for discussion was the cancellation of Anthem 2. Mainly a meetup place and introduction to gaming. Those who don't normally identify as gamers. Oh, we got a turn. Car go by. A lot of people don't like to claim they're gamers sometimes, and then they play the phone games and stuff. Or Facebook games and whatever. But they're gamers. They just don't know it. I think there's too, like, you know, the thing is, like, sometimes some people come in here sometimes and they'll say, oh, I'm glad someone your age plays games still, but I mean, really, I grew up on video games too, you know, and so I mean, it's becoming uncommon for people to have not grown up on it now too, you know, to play games at some point, you know. That Kevin O'Leary guy I was mentioning before, actually, who ran for the Conservative leadership, he one of his big companies that he had before he sold it created Math Blaster and Reading Rabbit and stuff like that. So I mean, a lot of people have played those, just around here. It's crazy to think what BioWare did and how terrible they handled it when the game came out after Rare's Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves had a really rocky start and Rare handled it very well. BioWare did the opposite. It shows that games as a service isn't just something you can do. Yeah, there's a lot of games that kind of, you know, the extended support helped them, you know. No Man's Sky turned into a pretty good game. There was also a few others like Rainbow Six that, you know, I don't know if it was really bad at any point, but I mean, that game's going hard still, you know, because of extended support cycles. Destiny, I guess technically Destiny 2, right? Destiny, I remember Destiny 1 being kind of empty at the end there. Warframe, yeah. I played a little bit of Warframe back in the day on PlayStation 4. Never played it much later though. But I guess they figured they had the easy road or something, I don't know. You know what game I'd like to see BioWare bring to console is Old Republic. I mean, that'd be pretty cool. Update it a bit and then bring it to the console. It's a free-to-play game. I'd probably play that. I like the concept of it, you know, because I wanted to see what happened to HK-47. I loved old KOTOR 1 and 2. Final screen again, leaving. There we go. Get over here more. All right. We're how much? 187 to go. Did you play much of Warframe? I bet you that game's changed a lot since I played it too. That was way back. The unfortunate thing about No Man's Sky is how it can bet as a benchmark for comeback games. I haven't played Warframe in years. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's been a long time for me. We're going straight here, eh? This messes me up when you're on the other side of the road. Sometimes those turns look like they should be the other way. Oops. That as a benchmark. Yeah. I mean, they're releasing another expansion here pretty quick for No Man's Sky. Essentially, we'll do a No Man's Sky. Yeah, no doubt. Probably what Cyberpunk did, eh? Although Cyberpunk wasn't as bad as they said on the media. It was pretty playable, even on the Xbox One original. I checked it out on my Xbox One original Day 1 edition, and it was still playable. You wouldn't want to compare it to the PC version, because then you'd know what you're missing, but I mean, it was still playable. It's like, remind me of when you introduce like some of these old school Atari and stuff like that. If the kid or something, if the kids played, you know, modern video games, they think it's lame. But if they haven't, then they think it's pretty good. You know, like if you played Intellivision Truckin' and you never saw this game, Intellivision Truckin' was actually pretty cool. You had it on PC and it worked alright, although I did find a lot of bugs. Yeah, there was bugs. I mean, but there's bugs in Skyrim for the first few years was, the first while anyway, was pretty buggy. And you know, now that thing's put out on everything for the next 10 consoles and whatever, you know. With the new Dragon's Lair. I never did finish, there's one of those Cyber Psycho missions where you fight this dude that's like a doctor and he's like in some sort of big mech suit. I couldn't finish that one because the one guy wasn't spawning at the time. Jasmine, thank you for following. Much appreciated. But I did most of the other stuff though. I think. I'm sure there's stuff that I never saw that I didn't even know about, but I think the main issues that most people had was missing features that were shown in the trailers. Oh yeah. Did you see the thing about there's a mission? You know how in the initial teaser there's a lady it's kind of laying, well, has a bunch of bodies beside her when she has like those blade arms or whatever. You ever saw that trailer when it first released many years ago? There's actually a mission where you get to meet her. You have to go to a certain store, and then you have to go back to that store, and then basically then it'll trigger some sort of robbery, and then I guess she shows up and she's the cop, but you have to do a little bit of the right dialogue to figure out that it's her. Yeah, the reformed cyber psycho. Well, I thought that was pretty cool. Just a little detail like that, you know. "94 kilometers to go. We'll be bulldozing in the bulldozer. Look at that power thing, eh? Holy crap. Oh, we're turning. Oh, I missed the turn. Crap. That's lame. Hopefully I can turn right up there. Nope. Can't turn right. Oh, that added like 100 kilometers too. Bugger. Switched up on me, you know. I think this is backwards roads messes me up. Oh, we'll just say we're discovering a new road. Exploring the countryside. I don't think I personally did that mission, but I read about it. It was cool that they had that little connection in there, you know. Did you finish Cyberpunk? Like, what path did you choose? Main thing with Cyberpunk was the main missions were absolutely amazing, but for the most part, the side missions, except for a few really, really memorable ones, were bland, unlike Skyrim. They littered the map. And weren't found organically. Oh, there you go. Bro, thank you for liking. The, I mean, Skyrim was a pretty awesome game. You know, I hope that they do put out a new Skyrim eventually, like a new single player ESO experience, or Elder Scrolls experience, not online. I never did find myself get into Elder Scrolls Online. And I tried. I got into Fallout 4, definitely. I really enjoyed that. But, with Elder Scrolls Online, I don't know. It just, I liked MMOs at one point, but, it just seems to take away the urgency of some sort of mission when there's like 10 dudes around the quest giver. Alright, do we gotta go up? Oh crap, I just hit that guy. I don't think we gotta circle up there. I think I gotta go straight. Corpo path. It only really affects the intro and dialogue options, but the dialogue doesn't change the missions. I finished it with entering cyberspace. I kind of tried the different endings, but the first one I did was the giving control and then him keeping it. ESO I thought was super fun after they did the one Amriel update where you could play any alliance in any area. It really opened up playing with friends. Oh, okay. But that's the thing I didn't like, was that just the whole, you know, and then you go run into an area, you're doing some epic quest, and there's like 10 dudes killing the monster already and stuff like that. That's the thing I don't like about MMOs, is it takes away from some of the epicness sometimes with that kind of stuff. Although my character, or my stream name, comes from related to an MMO, because I had a character named Shakal in Age of Conan, and some of the other characters I had were named Star or variants of Star, and so I wound up naming my Xbox ID a combination of those characters' names. Alright, dude, hurry up and get past me. Like every time you merge into one of these, there's a guy passing you. The main storyline was actually single player, only in ESO. Problem with that, however, is you can't play with friends during those. There's always a million other mission chains you could be doing. Oh. Do I gotta change lanes? No, I do. And I never did try Fallout 76. That's kind of a little bit of MMO-ish, but not totally, I guess, from the looks of it. But it's kind of still multiplayer. Look at that, the driver made $600 a tour. Thank you for following, much appreciated. Well, at least there's a sleep spot right after. We're going to go around a traffic circle. 30 here. We're a prime spot for speeding tickets. Did you ever play Age of Conan? That game was totally fun back in the day. You had like kind of single player to start with for the first 10 levels. Essentially, and then got into the multiplayer stuff. Working on cutting a cyberpunk movie. Yeah, you mentioned that before, I think. Nomad Path, I love the good ending. We cut into the main portion of the story and the content needed to understand it. 3.5 to 4 hours. You played Atlas. Light is perfectly lined up. Here we go. Age of Conan is different. Age of Conan is an MMO. They did have a Conan game that was similar to Atlas, though. What was that one called? Conan something. Where it was like where you build your houses and whatever. But I'm like talking about the MMO itself. Conan Exiles, that's right. I did try that. Oh man, right there, eh? Try. Gotta figure out a way to park there, though. Alphazudin, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. I think maybe if I circle around, hopefully. It's right into a little spot too, eh? They like doing that to you. Well, maybe if I go out the gate a little bit. I don't know where that thing is yet, but oh, weird, right there. More straighter than I thought. Well, crap, eh? Gotta go a bit workily, so you gotta head off. Alright, thanks for coming by. Have a good time at work. I got the week off, so I'm gonna be relaxing. Oops. Need your driver's side mirror. Yeah, probably, eh? I've been looking at the main screen. There we go. We made it. Excellent. 46 big ones. Not quite level 29 though. Doing good here. Smoked Sprats. Grimsby to Cambridge for 42 bucks. We got anything else that's good? Fluoride. Got the fluoride we could transport. Oh, that's a long one, eh? All the way up there. Heavy metals also all the way up there. Latvia, hey? We're gonna have to think about it. I'm just gonna go to the washroom real quick though. I gotta take a bio break for a second. Take very long, but right back. Here we go. Give her patience. That is, if you're patient. Much better, eh? All right, should we do that longin? 46.75 a kilometer. I mean, they need fluorine. Why not, eh? Hopefully we won't be late. Although our guy's semi-tired, unfortunately. Let's get out of here. Just drifted into him, eh? When was the pickup for that one? Job market. Right market. 5 hours. We gotta pick it up now. Oh well, we'll drive and pick it up. We need a rest. We need a rest. Stuff will get there when it gets there. Otherwise I would have slept if it was like long enough. Here, thank you for following. Muchly appreciated. Alright. The big trip, guys. It's gonna be a long one. Probably get to see a lot of different things, you know, because it's going through multiple countries. Pretty exciting, I think. Nice big scenic route. Where is it? There it is. I think that's the back end of it here. We gotta go over to the other side of it. Oh, wait. No, this is the back. Isn't it? Can't tell. It looks weird that they'd make you go to that little tiny spot in front of it, so. Guess we'll try. No, I guess this is in the front. Good. Yeah, I don't know. The heck do I know, eh? Get out of here. Now, how far are we from ports here? Get an idea what we're talking here. Now, I'll definitely have to sleep. Alright guys, let's get going. Try to last as long as we can though. We're gonna make some good dough though, man. If we don't get into some major crash or something, we'll be that, because if we get into a major crash, we're gonna blow up. Transporting fluorine. I assume it's explosive. $80. Oh. We're at 80. I think that's a train station crossing too. We'll definitely have to sleep. Maybe we'll stop in for gas though. I don't know what that little warning said. We'll wait a little longer for the sleep though. To maximize those sleeps. In England, we gotta drive over here. Funny, they're facing the wrong way though. Alright, so back to 80 here. How's our bed doing? Still not quite at the top yet. Gonna go as far as possible. Pretty cool land here though, eh? Look at these landmarks. I'm going the right way, I almost turned there. We gotta do a weird loop coming up, eh? Oh, there we go. That's why you're going under that bridge. Alright, now we can go full speed ahead. And then some. We can't even get up to the speed limit here. Still okay for sleeping? Jim, thank you for liking, much appreciated. All right. The long haul. We're gonna make her. I think we'll have to stop at the next sleeping thing though. The dude will probably start yawning pretty quick here. There he is, he's yawning. Services 1 kilometer. I don't see any services. See where we're at. Oh, there's this one here. Bed is red. Okay, though, we're almost at a spot where we can sleep, Ellie. And the gas up too, eh? Let's go, buddy. Just topping her up. Just gassed up not too long ago. We're gonna just park right here. Alright, let's get her up to speed. Oh, now it's 90. Yeah, actually we're at 95. That's nice. The top speed we've ever hit. These trucks aren't going very fast either. Speed limit's 97. I'm overtaking them at 90. If you're new, welcome. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to hit that follow, that like, that share, you guys, if you can. Be greatly appreciated. Got a turn up here. Even if you just tag one of your friends, you know, to hang out with us, it'd be awesome. Kamazima, thank you for following, muchly appreciated. The stars are out, guys. I didn't even know you could see the stars in this game. Aside from this star, of course. Oh, it's only 80 here. Crap. All right. Wonder why it's not 90. Messing me up. Only 30 hours to go in game time. We're making it though. It's gonna be good. We're gonna have a little party at the end of the trip. Probably buy a garage or expand a garage, or it'll be a garage party. It'll be wonderful. It'll give us 160 grand for completing the trip. Is this this is the new Scania R? Does it say where the truck, what my truck is? Well, those are just upgrades that are available. It's a Scania for sure. And I don't know if it's the new Scania R. I can't remember which one it is. It's the highest one at level 25 that you can get. But it doesn't really say anywhere what it is, does it? Maybe the garage manager? No. Truck manager's got to say, right? Oh yeah, here it is. Oh no, that's my old one. This one is the Scania S. So the other one I have is the Scania R 2009. And then that was the truck I drove before. And then I bought the new Scania S And then for these other NPCs, I've been buying Evenkos because they're cheaper. So you can see that one's been going a bit farther. So there we go. This truck is beautiful, and this is really heavily customized, this one too, you know. It you know, I added like $200,000 to the cost. Do I work later? No, I have the week off actually. On vacation, I had to use some vacation up. Gotta use you know, before the reset, you gotta use up your vacation. So I had to use some up, and I'll use another week at some other point too. But yeah, I'm up a bit later today because I get to sleep in tomorrow. I thought this symbol lit up for some reason. Maybe there's a button for the interior lights that I hit on the keyboard by accident. Because I could have sworn that steering wheel one lit up, that symbol. There was red lights down there, but I could see red light glowing, I guess. There's a new Renault coming soon, I guess. Do any of my coworkers know that I stream? Yeah. Yeah, they pop in here and there. Or, you know, they might say they watched or whatever for a while. They're like, yeah, I saw you doing this. Yeah, so once in a while. I don't know if streaming's necessarily their thing to watch. They'll usually just pop in for a few minutes though, you know. It's a game they're kind of interested in, they might hang out a bit longer. Because they might be thinking about buying it or whatever. But it really depends what I'm playing at the time. Or if it's a game that they don't want to see the story for, you know, they might not want to watch, you know. They want spoilers and all that stuff, you know. Gotta get over. Come on, dude, let me in. Oops, did I hit the brake? Bump the space bar. Put the e-brake on by accident there. Driving in England right now. I gotta keep remembering to go on this side of the road. Turn coming up. And we got a ferry coming up too. Or a train, one of the two. I don't think I would have been able to make it without falling asleep. My character would have passed out by now. This North food truck's slow. Oh, now the red car is slow. Now the red car's fast. Yeah, that looks like a train yard to me. I'm glad I dropped in and slept. That guy's gonna go right into me. There we go. Learned my lesson on those mergers, man. Those guys they don't care. Honey badgers don't care. They'll fly right into you. They don't matter. They're like, let's just go. And if you're merging, they don't care either. They'll just go for it. They don't let you in. I'm a big fan of this train stuff, but there we go. No, it's only 108,000. I thought it was 160,000 for some reason. Oh, it's 100,000, I guess. That's okay. The little drivers will get XP by the time I get there, eh? Trailer damage, what the heck? Flip something? There's another guy transporting some. Oh crap! What I hit there. Transporting fluoride or fluorine or something. Back on the right side of the road again. Because we are back out of the UK. So we still got a ways to go. 1,876 kilometers for a destination. Star trucking. So sit back and enjoy the soft, soothing music and almost hitting the rails. That's probably disturbing to your fine riding. Like you're a hitchhiker on the most dangerous truck ever. Because, you know, I'm just all over the place sometimes. Don't forget to vote, guys, if you want to vote on your favorite movie out of those car-related movies. Right, we gotta go straight. Honey Badger don't care, they're merging. Could actually set my thing for 80. Because 90 is easy to achieve because you can't really exceed 90. This this truck rather, doesn't go past 90. We've got quite the hike though to go. We're probably going to wind up sleeping 3 or 4 times still. You know. Lots of scenery to be had here. These roads kind of look like, from what I hear, kind of look like the areas they're going through, you know? There's a train. Information train is jammed, man. Yeah, I think I gotta go up here. Kind of freak out a bit when I got turned sometimes because when I'm going down the wrong road sometimes, you know, and it costs you like 100 kilometers. This one's an urgent or important load. You need it timely, you know, you don't want to drive an extra 100 kilometers. That right? Yes. Alright, you guys, so here's the thing. We've got to get this gas there. It's very important because they're running low on gas. It's an incredible catastrophe. They need their fluorine for whatever they use fluorine for. I mean, the pools or whatever, you know? Cleaning the somethings. I mean, maybe it's for an industry thing. I don't know. If I knew about fluorine, I'd probably be able to tell you better what it's for. Not like fluoride, you know, because fluoride is something different for your teeth, you know. You know, Crest with fluoride, but no, it's like fluorine. I think they put fluorine in swimming pools. Don't they know it's chlorine? I don't know, man. If anybody knows what fluorine is for, tell me. I have no idea. It's probably something for some industry, I'm sure. Either way, it's got to get there. Several countries from now. We gotta be careful not to smash it up because we don't want fluorine leaking all over the place. That would be gross. No one wants the fluorine on the highway. My guy has women's training though, so he probably knows what fluorine is. Probably gotta wear gloves. Whole backstory of the fluorine, maybe. Darned if we know the backstory, though. I'm sure it's very much in need, though, because it was said to be important. And if it's important to them, it's important to us. So we got to take great care in our mission to earn the valuable XP. You know, although it feels like, you know, when you're playing a role-playing game and you skip the dialogue and you don't know what quest is about exactly, but you got to get it there because that is the quest and it's going to be good XP plus 100 big ones. You know, and that's what's important to us is the 100 big ones because, you know, that helps us expand our business operation. Because we are Star Trucking. Super trucking company, you know. And almost all of the staff are females, so we're a diverse employer. We like to hire people no matter what, you know, whoever needs a job, they get jobs here. As long as they're like, you know, a little bit cheaper to start, we're willing to train them as they grow in skills and stuff. They become a valued employee here at Star Trucking. A valued, incredible employee. And all our employees have comprehensive benefit plans, I think. Although I don't really know, to be honest. But, you know, to get supplied with a brand new Iveco truck, except for, you know, my first hire, which used my old truck, which is way better than a Iveco truck anyway. Scania R 2009. Souped up with a good Canadian paint job. Second only to the truck that I'm driving, which has a hockey player paint job of a Canadian hockey player, which perfectly goes to Europe. You know, I'm sure they have all sorts of trucks with paint jobs like Canada. You know, it's probably a common sight, I imagine. Driving around Russia or wherever we're going. I would probably decorate more Canadian on the inside here if I could, but you'll have to be satisfied with this Rocket League ball because it glows. But I thank you for liking, much appreciated. We got a Rocket League ball up there behind that one mirror. Adjust it just a bit so you can see it better. There you go, eh? We probably had a little better angle before, but you know, what can you do? Gotta see the Rocket League ball. There, we'll move it right there. That seems like a good driving angle. This is the best trucking company ever that one could possibly work for. Star Trucking. And if you like Star Trucking, feel free to drop stars if you like. Or just say hi or whatever, you know. Drop a follow. That's as good as anything, you know. I like follows. I like shares. I like likes. All great, man. Just you being here is awesome. You know, don't feel obligated to, you know, contribute if you don't have the dough, man. Awesome, just being here. Your time is valuable to me. Oh, we don't want to hit that guy. That'd be no good. Nobody wants to see me smash a little brown station wagon. There we go. And then, you know, I loaded from Facebook's song library. I loaded like 186 songs for your listening pleasure on the radio and the game here. Get a good combination of engine noise, me talking, and, you know, generic elevator music. Pretty sweet, eh? Aw. You know what? We don't want to have any music that gets DMCA strikes. This music is stream safe. So there you go, guys. Just what you're hoping to listen to is stream safe music. Although I guess I can put real music on, but then I have to keep it alert, eyes on my alerts, because we don't want to get limited reach. We want to discover, let new people discover us. Belly, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Thank you for being here. The guy's bed is getting up there. It's filling up with the blue, but we still can go a little ways yet. We want to maximize the sleeps. By the way, the votes are actually close. There's a couple movies that are within a couple votes of each other, and then the lower two are within a couple of votes of that. Anybody's vote game for the movies. I don't know what kind of movies you like, but you know, pick the one that's closest to what you like. If you want to talk about movies, feel free to tell me what your favorite movie is, because it's kind of interesting to hear that stuff. You know, I like Fight Club. That's a really good movie. It's all about consumerism. Did you know that there's a Starbucks cup in every scene of Fight Club? Because, you know, Fight Club's not just about fighting. It's about consumerism. It's about your stuff owning you. Pretty interesting show when he gets down to it. Because even, like, if you ever got the DVD of it or something, when you load it up, you know how you have the title screen of the movie normally? Well, Fight Club starts with the Never Been Kissed title screen. Just to mess with you a little bit. And then, if you pause the FBI warning screen and read it, kind of messes with you too. You know, one of those shows. A lot of little things that you don't notice. You have to watch it like 10 times, and then you'll like notice maybe a lot of the little things. I also like the movie 12 Monkeys, another Brad Pitt movie actually. Terry Gilliam was one of my favorite directors, so I really enjoyed it. I should watch that Don Quixote movie sometime. I haven't seen that one yet by him. But yeah, 12 Monkeys, that was a good movie. Lots of little details in that one. You know, it's kind of messed up in some ways because, you know, they're going on the concept that, you know, in the movie it's, you know, they're talking about this guy that was in an insane asylum, and he said that this virus was gonna come from the army of the 12 monkeys and cause havoc or whatever, cause people to go underground in the future. And his mission was to not prevent the virus but study it, and then so they can get a cure for the future, right? And then you know, of course they don't believe him, but then he's kind of wondering, he's crazy. So in the movie, you know, you're wondering if it's in his imagination or, you know, if he's actually from the future, and there's all these things, you know, and the doctor starts to believe him, and really, it's based on a short story, La Jetée. Pretty good. I like them interesting movies, you know. So I don't know if you got any interest in movies, you know. Fisher King was another good movie by Terry Gilliam. Jeff Bridges was in it. Robin Williams. Some of these movies are a tiny bit older now, but yeah, I don't think I gotta go over. That looks like it goes over there. Oh, these bridges, eh? Terry Gilliam always did a super job on these movies. You kind of make you wonder about stuff. I like other movies too, of course, you know, like, you know, your classic action movies or whatever. Predator was really good. The first Predator, I really enjoyed that one. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Jesse the Body Ventura. Back before he was like, back before either of them were governors. And tied with that, I like the movie Aliens. That was a pretty good flick. You don't find a lot of movies that the sequel is better than the first movie. But many people would debate that the Aliens is better than Alien. Although really Alien is a good movie too in its own right, but they're just different. Alien is very much a horror movie. If you ever played the video game Alien Isolation and you like the movie or if you haven't, Alien Isolation is based on that first Alien movie, and it's like a lot of people thought it was super good. We gotta keep an eye on our sleep here. An idea, probably one of the next sleep stations, you know. I don't know if you guys can think of movies where the sequel was better than the original, but Empire Strikes Back and Aliens would be my first two that come to mind. I'm not sure if I can think of too many where the third movie in a series is better. I think we're going off to the sides, dude. And to the right here. Uh-oh, that dude's tired. Definitely got to keep an eye out. Somewhere to rest. Don't want our guy falling asleep, you know. We don't want no fluorine on the highway. Despite the fact I don't totally know what it's for. I think there's some sort of blue sign up here, though. 1 kilometer. Looks like we'll be able to rest. It's the fluorine bus. Maybe this guy's transporting fluorine too. Bed is red. Definitely got to stop at this one coming up. We'll gas up too because, you know, we're there. Might as well, you know, it's a good time to be had gassing up. I said, you know, who doesn't want to gas up when their guy's tired, right? Like on this game, my keyboard's E. E. And enter get used the most. Alright, where's this thing? Like we gotta park in here. There we go. There we go. We're good now. Look, we made some money. One of our drivers. Back to night. Night driving, man. 19 hours to go. We're gonna be sleeping 2 more times probably. Good time to be had here. Big old drive, man. We're touring all of Europe together. It is a fantastic time. be hanging out with you guys. I like it. Thank you for being here. Oh, let's go the speed limit though, so we don't get tickets. Had a relatively clean run so far here. And we're going to be adding to that old bank account. Maybe we'll be able to buy a garage. Maybe even another truck. I don't know. We'll see. I like to keep about 100 grand handy in case of repairs, because I did have that one time where I crashed. It cost me 75 grand to fix it. Keep the brights on because that way I can tell my lights are always on. I mean, I can flick them off, but I like being able to see. Holy crap, look at that thing's on fire. Good looky Lou in there, white car. Man, I think we passed that quickly. We don't want to see it blow up. Bona, or Alona, or whatever her name is, leveled up. A little bit of dough. Alright guys, a pretty good time they had. I hope you're dancing in your chair at the same time. We got places to be here though. Making the dough. Passing dump trucks like it's out of style. You know, no one wants to drive behind a dump truck. Might get gravel on your window. And look at our window, it's pristine. Pristine, man. You never saw such a fine windshield. You know, you have to be directly out of the glass shop for it to be that clean. Because, you know, after that, they're never perfect, right? Little rock chip or little, dirt or whatever. Always happens. All right. Well, we're getting places. We're going all the way today, man. We're going all the way up the whole map. Whoa. Trying to look at my watch, but turn thing was off. There we go. I think it was the 8th is the new DLC. Looks like the 5th. So like Wednesday or something, or no, Thursday? Gotta go straight. Yeah, the cop got him. That guy has to pay some tickets. Vesper, thank you for following. Muchly appreciated. Hope you're doing well. We're just cruising across Europe here on this long journey, man. Probably get there by, I don't know, an hour from now or something. Longin', man. You wouldn't believe how long these trips can be. You're like I'm driving from England up to, I don't know, somewheresville. Somewhere up there'sville. It's like 5 countries away. We got the steering wheel though. You can see I have a steering wheel. I don't know if you're looking on a big phone or not, but big old iPad or computer screen or whatever. Yeah, I'm using one of those Logitech Momo steering wheels, which is pretty cool. Logitech Momo steering wheels came out in 2005, and I just happened to remember I had one, and I thought, will this work on Windows 10? So I went and plugged it in and it worked. And then I found some drivers for it, so it worked even better. Yeah, you can't do the new Logitech software. You have to use the old Logitech software, like 5.10 I think is the version. And that seemed to do the trick. We got 2 green lights on it. Not all the time, but I mean it seems to be pretty good lately. One day, you know, if I get a good sale, you know, or something like Black Friday or something, maybe one day I'll look into a Logitech 923, or if you happen to be a Logitech representative, hook me up. It's on my Amazon wish list. Surprise me one day, you know, just pop right in and I'll be like, oh look, there's a Logitech 923. I should add one of them Fanatec wheels too, eh? Those things are 1,800 bucks. Of course, if you're Logitech and you bought the Fanatec, that'd be kind of weird, unless I don't know that Logitech owns Fanatec or something. But you know, things like that happen sometimes. That the Fanatec might be owned by the Logitech. Thrustmaster. I should add some Thrustmaster wheels on there. You never know. You might be a Thrustmaster rep and you might be like looking at it and thinking, why is there no Thrustmaster on here? Mostly because I don't know what's a good Thrustmaster and what's not, really. Mostly lack of research there. So, sorry about that. I'm Canadian, eh? I gotta say sorry once in a while. I said once in a while, man. Anyway, if you have any requests for the radio, it's too bad because, you know, it's just random Facebook music. I downloaded 186 songs plus whatever 30 songs I downloaded initially. The annoying thing about those Facebook songs is that they're in WAV format and I had to convert them. That was a pain because, you know, one of the times I tried to convert them, they turned to static. I had to reconvert them. You download them and then reconvert them. So I had already recycled the MP, or not the waves, I mean. Please, got that guy. Look at that over there, guys. Anyway. What can you say? Can you say, eh? Like driving at night. You know what else about this perfect windshield? Not a bug. You know, if I drove my real life car even for a half an hour at night, it would be full of crap. Bug bodies. In the winter it'd be dirt. You know. Oops. Over here more. But in the summer it's like gross. And you know the bad part about, you know, gassing up at Costco. I like gassing up at Costco because it's cheaper to gas up at Costco generally. They don't provide window whitewash sticks. You know, like they can wipe down your window and stuff. That part's kind of crappy about Costco gas. They, you know, they slow people down, right? They don't have that there because it slows people down. They want you to get through there as quick as you can. And you know what the worst part is? Every time I'm in line at the Costco gas, or, you know, most part any gas station, there's always some dude in front of me that didn't know that there's a little arrow on your gas thing that tells you what side your gas tank's on. Because they're stretching that cord as hard as they can over their car to get to the gas pump on the wrong side. They pulled into the wrong area. And, you know, for some reason, I find that to be really kind of annoying. It looks ridiculous to me. Not a big deal, but kind of a first world problem. Kind of annoying, you know. If you think that you gas up with the right side, you know, it's not that hard to pull into the right side. You know, you gotta wait maybe sometimes an extra 30 seconds, but it's really not that long most of the time. Oh well, you know, that problem will get resolved soon enough. We'll all be electric soon enough, man, and then everybody will be sitting there, their electric cars taking up all the spots when you want to gas or electric up. Hopefully there'll be plenty electric stalls, and they get a way to faster charge them, of course. People aren't great planners, I'd have to say. Anyway, hope you're enjoying the music, you know. Fine drive, spending your fine drive as a passenger. Oh, hold on, that's not the one I want to go in. We could have been going off to the left when we wanted to go to the right. There are cops up there too, so there's some sort of accident or something. Hopefully that virtual NPC is doing okay. You know, that Free Guy movie, I wonder when that's coming out, because I want to kind of see that. Ryan Reynolds, a fine Canadian actor. He's an NPC in a video game who kind of comes to the realization that of not going through the motions kind of deal, and then the video game makers are trying to wipe him out and stuff like that. It looks like a pretty cool movie, actually. I like video game themed movies. Even that Adam Sandler Pixels movie was kind of fun, you know? Peter Dinklage, Adam Sandler, and I don't remember who else was in it, but had some nostalgia video game stuff in it. Alright, that was a terrible merge, dude. Let's go. About disruptive merge, eh? I think I'm a patient man. We don't like terrible merges, but you know, what can you do, eh? Alright, back to 80. Use my cruise control. I have it set for 80. Got a nice little video game or steering wheel stand. If you ever want to see it, my TikTok address is in the video description. That's the only place I put the video or the steering wheel stand in, is in my TikTok, but you can see a video where I kind of pan around it. So if you're If you're that interested, you can check out my TikTok. There's other stuff like, you know, little clips from here and there of video games and stuff. I put in a little video of like photos of a place I went for dinner where I was eating Canadian bacon eggs Benny in an igloo tent. Now, you don't see that every day, and I think that's a COVID era unique thing, because I don't think those are gonna, once COVID's like fixed up, you know, and we're back to normal-ish, I don't think you're gonna see igloo tents on the balconies anymore. I think it'll be something that's a 2020 thing. But I don't know if we'll ever get back to where it's completely what it once was, but you know, like buffets everywhere, maybe. Hopefully, right? Guess we'll see, you know, hopefully they'll get some good vaccines and boosters and whatever else, and life will be back to norm. Well, there are so many people that seem to be resisting it, but you never know. It'll take forever, probably. A couple of years or something. And you don't realize it by, you know, being so stubborn about it, that it just makes things slower, you know. Oh, Linda V made some money, $6,000 for me. Linda V. I have like several truck drivers that I've hired, and I bought the Venco trucks for most of them. I don't know if the trucks wear out. Doing okay for sleep still, so I'm not gonna sleep yet. Uh-oh, Final Destination up ahead. There's a logging truck. Anybody seen Final Destination, you'll know what I'm talking about. Fun series to watch, but never look at a logging truck the same way again. Or a tanning bed. Ismackle, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Thank you for being here. I hope you're having a great whatever day it is for you right now. Midnight here, so it's like the next day. I've been playing since yesterday, I guess. There we go, eh? 12:06. Monday night. I got the week off, so I'm like able to stay up a bit later, you know. Don't have to work tomorrow. So, you know, do some nice trucking, relaxing, you know. Good time to be had. Hanging out with you guys. It's the awesome part. Listening to these weird musics. Following the Final Destination truck there. Phew, we're gonna pass it. We're safe, man. Go, lift that up. I don't want to be behind Final Destination truck. Oh crap. He's coming in hard. Alright, we're past all these merging NPCs, they don't care, man. They'll merge into you no matter what. And then then you get fined on top of it. It's not even just, you know, like their fault like it would be in real life, because I think that the one going straight has right of way. But they go into you and then you get fined. You hit them, you get fined. They hit you, you get fined. Very seldomly you don't get fined. You run a red light, you get fined. If you have a you don't turn your lights on, you get fined. If you speed, you get fined. If you run a red light, you get fined. I don't think you can even turn right on a red light in this. I don't know if trucks can anyway, but or if that's a Canada thing that you can turn right on red, I don't know. You got me, man. I just thought Euro Truck would be fun because, you know, I've never been to Europe. So in essence, I'm kind of virtually vacationing in Europe. And you're virtually vacationing with me. Like a virtual vacationing with me too, you know, because you're not right in the room with me or anything here. You are there. So good, the bed's not completely full yet, so we're okay. Not ready to sleep quite yet. Want to stretch it out as long as we can. Although it's 11 hours. Tough. Thank you for following, much appreciated. I try to pronounce your name, but I don't even know how to start. How to pronounce it. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. I can't even type that on my keyboard, man. Alright. So here we are, folks. We're 5:07. Game time. 1867 is when, or 1655 is when we're expected to arrive. But we're gonna wind up sleeping at some point before that for the character, because otherwise you'll drift into the ditch. But you get a fine view here of a big electrical installation on the left. Some like farm things over there, it looks like. I'm not sure what that other thing is. Is it a crane or something? I don't know. You know, I'm not a tour guide. I have no idea what these things are. Gotta reduce speed here a little bit, probably. Got a toll booth coming ahead. I know what that is. You got lots of these in this game. Gotta line her up, man. Not quite lined up. There we go, 52 bucks. Alright, reached into my pocket and grabbed the change, and now dude can let me go. We're bringing fluorine over to somewhere. You want speed there, we'll wind up getting a ticket. They love busting you in the toll booths. Oh, the bus is turning, I guess. Let's pull into this lane. Oh, some sort of construction. We go straight here. Keep an eye on that bed, you know. We'll follow Euro goodies for a bit. There's a balloon, guys. If you ever rode a balloon, I've never rode a balloon. I don't know if I'll ever ride a balloon, to be honest. I mean, I'm not totally against it, but probably be freaky. Let's just save some hassle and go in the left lane here. Zang, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Keep the ticket. I don't think I can get rid of the ticket if I wanted to. Alright, up to 70. See if we can get past Euro goodies here. $80. We're passing Euro goodies. Sweet. I'm driving a Scania truck two-way. All right, free and clear, man. We're getting places. All right. 10 hours remaining. Maybe we could stretch her out another hour or two, hopefully, before we need to sleep. And hopefully we could bring her home. We're gaining a lot because we're speeding by 1 kilometer an hour. You know, when it's 10 hours, that means we'll get there 10 kilometers sooner. Alright, you guys. How's that bed looking? We're okay still. Thanks for slowing down just in front of me there, buddy. Don't call me buddy, friend. I'm not your friend. Guy. I'm not your guy, buddy. Andrew, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. I'm staying up a little bit later than normal because I have the week off. Although that means I'm sleeping in a little bit too, but good to sleep in, I think. I bought a weighted blanket. The weighted blanket's kind of nice, actually. It You know, it's harder to throw off, you know, when you're rolling around. We got a big trip here. I started in the UK, driving up to somewhere like Latvia or something like that. I can't remember. LV. So, you know, so I'm staying up a little bit later also because, you know, these trips always take way longer than I expect. I think we're still okay. Probably next rest stop after this one, maybe we might have to sleep. Stretch her out as long as we can. Kind of best when we're pulling in when our guy's just yawning. Big old trip though with this fluorine gas. Apparently they couldn't source any closer. They're willing to pay $100 grand for it to be transported. You know how much that gas is probably costing. I don't know. We should maybe pull in. Let's get an idea here. Oh, it's LT, not Lithuania. We're getting there though. Getting the fluorine there, man. Check out the map, get an idea where our rest stops are. There's rest stop here. Rest stop there. Let's try for that rest stop. Not this one coming up. Not even the next checkpoint. Maybe the next checkpoint, but we'll see. I kind of prefer the gas station ones, to be honest. These checkpoint ones are a bit... Oh, crap. Dude slowed down all of a sudden there. Oh, I guess we do have to... The dude's yawning now. Can we even get through there? I don't think I can pull through there. Let's go over this. Don't run into a bunch of vehicles. There we go, guys. What? One couldn't find a job, so she returned empty. Cost me $600, half of the other one's pay. Alright guys, we got 574 kilometers to go. Hopefully we can make it without sleeping again. Although it's 9 hours, that's pretty long. Alright. Maybe that extra 1 kilometer an hour will help, eh? Alright, so I was hoping to make it here before, but it wasn't happening, I guess. Let's go on the left side here. This way I don't have to worry about the stupid dudes merging into me. Hey, we learn. But you can't do a partial sleep. That'd be pretty nice, eh? Alright, so 528 kilometers to go. Yeah, we're gonna get 100 sweet ones, man. Who doesn't love that? Oh, Linda V can't keep up to that. My top driver. Nice if she was making dough like that for me. I'll go over here so that guy can pass me. Pretty nice territory here, eh? Nice ground, nice trees. Lots of birds up there, man. I cut the speed here at 70 here. 40 here. Like a pile of cars, eh? $6, man. You stopped me for $6, really? That's cool. That one has a giant blue ball on the roof, eh? They're gonna be turning. Just did a real life shoulder check that did me no bit of good. Kind of funny. Go, white car. Those guys are turning. All right, guys. We are 482 away. Oops, I'm speeding like crazy here. It's been a clean run. Well, let's not ruin it by speeding like a crazy person. Back up to 80. 1802, which means it's like 6 o'clock. See, the moon is out if you look at my left mirror. One of them natural things for animals to cross, I guess. Excuse me. $448 kilometers to go. $90 here, man. Oh no, it's 80 still. Got excited, I saw that sign. Our speed limit, I guess. If you're new, by the way, don't forget to hit that follow button. You can share out, you know, to your timeline or share to one of your friends or whatever you want. Just, you know somebody that might be interested in checking this out, feel free to let them know about me. And, of course, if you can, hit like, because that helps a lot. $70 here. We're touring Europe right now in our trucking trucking business and expand operations and make lots of virtual money and get to explore Europe at the same time. You know, how awesome is that, right? Lucky I slowed down there because there was a policeman. Looks like a giant Easter egg on the right. I don't know what it really is. Oh, looks like some sort of accident almost happened here. Look at them skid marks. 50. The speed limit's all over the place here. Let's go back up to 80, guys. Come on. $362 kilometers to go. Iona got some money for us. All right. Kind of having a hard time keeping that 70. Where are we now? Bialystok. We got a left turn coming up. All right. $50 here. Go Red, get going, Red. Hold me up. Went up to 80, then dropped down to 70. Oh, traffic here, eh? Crap. You guys all going? That's 70 again. $300 kilometers to go, guys. We're getting places though. At least those cars all took off, eh? I set the stupid speed on this to 70. We can't crack 70 for the longest time. All right. 4 more hours game time. $262 kilometers. If you're new, by the way, don't forget to hit that follow button. And hit that like. If you have any friends that you think might be interested in checking me out, you know, drop their name in the chat for them, and or you know, share the stream on your timeline or something. Gets that word out for me, muchly appreciated. But if you're enjoying, please hit that follow button. It'd be great. Great. I do play more than driving games, but driving's been something I've been enjoying lately. The Euro Truck Simulator here, as you get to explore Europe and build a business up. Kind of a fun little hook, you know. And of course, I'll jump around to different things too. I am a variety streamer technically. Played a little bit of Avengers, the game, today for a while earlier. Checking it out. Pretty entertaining. Seemed like a fun game. I don't know if you're big into comics or not, but thought it was good. I bought it a while back when it was on sale. You gotta try those games to backlog once in a while. Otherwise, you could have just bought them when they're cheaper later, right? You're wondering why they're all blinking at me. I have my brights on the whole time. $50 here. Oh, the speed limit's so slow. Oops, we'll go 70. Oh, a big old ticket. Oh, it's a border or something. I think we're in a new country now. 80, finally. Gonna stick to 80. Again, driver Suzanne made some money for us. Leveled up a bit too. Alright, we're still going speed limit, so that's good. 171 kilometers to go. Alright. Still 80 here. We've got a turn coming up. Like a complicated one too. Not turning there though. They want us to go in the right lane. $135 clicks to go. Alright, so 70 is the speed limit here. And there's a police car. We don't want to go too fast. So we're getting close to that destination. Looks like we can do it without sleeping again. We'll be able to make an hour. A little bit to spare, you know. Hour and a half. Game time, that is. $90 here, eh? Don't mind if I do. $70 right here. See, they catch them. Catch you in that speed trap. Back up to 90. See that little section? 20 kilometers down. That's a $1,500 ticket. Oh, 70 here. Back up to 90. It's tricksters, eh? Gotta fill their coffers. $55 kilometers to go now. Good, relatively clean run, I think. All right. 36 kilometers. We're going to be turning eventually up there, so maybe I'll not get in a position where I can't turn or something. I don't want to be stuck where I'm passing all these dudes. Miss a turn or something, you know? Flower, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Alright. Like a mega trip all the way from Britain. Alright, looks like we're gonna be going right here. And we gotta go over. $70 here. And then we got 17 kilometers to go. The end of this epic journey. I started this journey at about 2 hours ago in real time. And I can see the flag now finally. So that's how long the journey was. It was a good one. Gonna pay us 100 grand though. That's pretty awesome. Awesome. Look at that. Driver Suzanne made us 300 bucks. And we're glad we have Suzanne getting us 300 bucks, man. To do the jobs that are 100 grand. Well, at least she's doing something, I guess. Making us some money. Somebody's got to take those jobs, you know? Open up that gate, man. Where do they want it? In between there? Alright, I guess. Where's the other one? Oh, right there. Oh, it's like in between this. It shouldn't be too bad. It's mostly straight back. So where's the lines on this thing? Oops. Can't even see now. Did it first try? Not the nicest part, but you know, whatever. Look at that, eh? Level 30 almost. We got halfway. Look at that. Halfway to level 30. Made ourselves 108,000 bucks. I don't know what these do. Just savings on gas, I guess. All right, we got 386 bucks. How much is this one? 180,000 bucks. Well, we got like lots of garages in that area. You know, maybe it might be good to get a garage in the UK or something, eh? Up in Norway or something. How much is that one? Then that guy can do jobs to those areas. Mind you, if that's up here in Aberdeen, Spain, that's coming soon, I think. Well, Brest. Or we can expand this for 100 grand. And buy 2 trucks. Instead of 1 truck, you know. Oh, it's 180 grand no matter what. That only adds 2 spots. So probably got to do it again after that 2 more spots. So, I mean, this is 100% productive here. These ones are pretty small. Not super productive yet. You know, they're only making 6,000 bucks. Oh, it looks like it's 180,000 to upgrade to a small garage, and then 100,000 to upgrade to a big garage. See this ones aren't as efficient. Else is doing a bit better, but these ones are so-so. I don't know. Where's a good place to buy a garage, I wonder? Let's check. Best place to buy garage ETS2. Is there any? See what this Steam community thing says here. Doesn't matter what and where your garage is, you'll see in no time you'll have more dollars and you'll know what to do with. Where to have small garages. Let's answer the other question. Is there a limit to drivers ETS2? You can have 275 drivers. So I guess that's how many you can have then. Maybe they'll add more even. Alright, so I guess we don't have to worry about that too much. Where's my mouse at? Oh, mouse, I can't find you. There it is. Well, let's pick a big city. Amsterdam. That'd be a good place, eh? Or maybe somewhere over here, eh? Or London. London might be good, then they can ship all over the place. Alright. And we can plug a truck in there. This doesn't matter if it's left-hand drive or... Well, that one's like way better, eh? There we go. We'll give them a right-hand drive. Alright, so London has a truck now. And let's go hire a driver. Eventually we'll get everybody, eh? He's got 2 road things. He's got 2 road things in one of those, but eventually we'll probably hire everybody, eh? He's got like explosives, a road thing, and one of those. I wonder if these dudes are all like programmers for the company or what. $366 a delivery. Well, she can do the long distance ones, so we'll hire Michaela. 1.7 rated. Not a bad price. Although he's a little bit cheaper. Or she's a little bit cheaper. 361. They don't have the road thing. They're all 1.7. It's between Ruth and Michaela. I just think this road thing's more valuable. We'll hire her. Send her over here. There we go. See what kind of new upgrades are available. New exhaust, new rims. Vaccines. Sweet. This sign. $55. Vaccines look like they're good money. Plus, we want people to have vaccines. 17 kilometers. $55 a kilometer, eh? We're gonna have to sleep soon, but I'm gonna repair my tires too. It's gonna be 10,000 bucks. Hey, somebody has a bicycle outside there. All right. They're expecting it by Friday. Good money hauling this stuff, eh? Now, how far is the port? A long ways to the port. So we ultimately have to sleep, but see how far it is to make it. Important to deliver the vaccines to those who want the vaccine. I don't know which one it is. Holy crap, dude, look at all the trucks. They're all turning though. Good money per kilometer though. Holy crap, holy, eh? Linda V couldn't find a job. Lost us 500 bucks. got this job, eh? I'm delivering the vaccines. Here we go. To Sweden. There, Iona got some money. Earned some of that money, the other driver, I guess. And we're gonna have to rest. The driver's tired. I need gas too eventually here. Now I'm a little bit cut off, sorry guys. Leaning over. Our bed's red, we definitely gotta sleep. Looks like we got gas station and stuff 1,000 meters away. All right. I guess the spot to sleep is over there, maybe? We're still gassing up or what? All right. Take the trailer off for now, it's faster. Just leave it in the spot where you gas up. You probably love that. We're on the road again. Only 30 here. The crap's the speed so slow here. Those guys aren't going 30. Alright, we're transporting the vaccine over to Sweden. Next stop, ferry. Getting places. Guess we'll have to pass these guys. They're the slowest pass ever, eh? I think the guy sped up. We gotta go over. I don't think it's that one, but the next one here. All right. $70. All right, so we're making it. We're getting places. You better believe it. 600 kilometers to go, including a ferry ride. We get $55 a kilometer. We're trying to build up our trucking empire here. Slowly giving our truckers experience and therefore more monies. Oh, 70 here. Trying to ultimately achieve the objective of employing every unemployed NPC trucker If we're changing countries here. $30 here. Glad to be a If you haven't followed yet, please do so. Be appreciated. If you want to hit that like and sharing, tell me your friends about me. It'd be awesome. We're delivering the vaccines right now. I don't know what kind of vaccine they are, but whatever. I mean, good money. We like good money. Good money, man. That's where I get my own trailer, man, for that. That'd be awesome. Have big Canadian colors on it too, eh? Oh, it got me to go this direction. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. GPS knows best. Oh crap! Got a ticket. First ticket in a while though. I think I did that last run without a ticket. That was a long run. Didn't see that red light though. Alright. Getting places here. Looks like we're gonna swing a left up there. Alright, back up to 80 here. Oh, better drive on the road. Adjust my angle slightly. Well, it looks like Catalina made $1,800. Alright, we're gonna make a left here. Oops, I just braked a little hard there. Alright, we're getting places now. $70. Like we're almost at the ferry. So that'll be awesome. Oh, is this a red light too? No, no, it isn't. Good. All right, so we gotta go left at the next light, I guess. Jeff, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. We're delivering the vaccines for $50,000, Alex. I don't think I've been on this ferry before, so be a new one, new discovered area, I guess. I don't know, we'll see. All right, you guys. Be prepared for a boat ride. But it doesn't actually do the boat ride, but you know, it'd be kind of fun. We're off to Sweden, guys. Medical vaccines. Oh, it's 32,000. Sorry, I thought it was 50,000. Still pretty good. We're last off the boat. We're going for it. Good morning, Andrea. Thank you for being here. I hope you're having a good morning so far. All right, here. So we're getting 176 kilometers away. I'm delivering the vaccines here that I have. Then we're going to be $30,000 richer. It'll be all right. Good for sleep, good for gas. About 70 here. All right. You're wondering where the music's from? It's Facebook Music. I think that's free for everybody, in fact. I guess it's not really a fact, but I don't really know, but I think it's accessible for everybody. Like their free music collection kind of thing. Stream safe, I'm told. All right. So here we go. 80 here, but we're gonna turn, so no point in jumping up to 80. Is good sound, you figure? I figure, you know, you're driving a truck, you gotta have some sort of radio on, right? the background kind of thing. I was running with no sound. I don't usually play music for most games, but I mean, it's appropriate for truck driving, it seems to me. You know? I mean, I don't think I've ever driven my car any lengthy trip without having the radio on. Or, you know, my music kind of thing. And I'd love to play you guys some Mr. Bungled, but I don't think I think that would get my stream you know, one of those copyrights or whatever. They own the music of that stuff, so I just had to settle for the free music. So I'm a big Mike Patton fan, but unfortunately Mike Patton's music is off limits for streaming. You know, at least it's something, some sort of music. $123 kilometers to go for this delivery. I got a little fleet of trucks going. Iveco getting a lot of business from me because of the price of their truck. You're right. You need music for a drive. That's I figure, you know. I mean, you know, I don't know if it helps keep my driver more awake, but better than just hearing an engine noise, I figure. Alright, so we got 91 kilometers to go. And then the vaccines are going to be to their home. Apparently you need a good special license to transport vaccines, so but I'm leveled up enough that I got that now. This is just random music too. I didn't really listen closely or anything. I just kind of picked a bunch of songs, you know, medium to fast-paced songs. Danny, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Oh, 70 here. We don't want a ticket. Tickets suck. There's anything that costs a lot of money. It's traffic, speeding tickets. Everything else is about $400, but speeding tickets are like, sometimes they're like 1,000. So, you know, we keep that speed limit good. I got all the rules on. Otherwise, I'd just blow through, eh? Get all the monies. You need to leave. See you next video. Well, thank you for coming by. You have yourself a great morning. And till next time, muchly appreciated. Thank you for liking and sharing. That's awesome. It helps a lot. Alright, so we got 68 kilometers an hour. Go 58 kilometers, 52 kilometers. Then the vaccines will be delivered. 30,000 euros. All right. We're going to be turning left up here. Oh, better slow down. We don't want to smack one of these guys, eh? Especially a thing with a gas tank on it like that. Should really look first, eh? All new area. I haven't been here before. All right, you guys. 24 kilometers. We're going to turn left again up here. We're discovering another city here. Then we'll have more garages than Blockbusters. Oh. Stay on course here. The yellow cars coming. Orebro discovered. Only one traffic light ticket this run. It's not too bad. We're getting better for our tickets. Although it's not over, I guess. There's a garage. Like a nice garage, eh? Barry, thank you for following. Muchly appreciated. I hope you're having a great morning or night. Where's our entrance to this thing? Oops. All right. Let's turn around in here. Going straight, eh? We made it. Excellent. 32,000 bucks, man. What they got here? Sandwich panels. That one's 50 bucks an hour for the sandwich panels, or a kilometer. It's not very far, eh? It must not be very far. Oh, it's over there. Well, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drive and repair my truck first of all, and then I'll come get my crap after. There's a row or a garage over here. We checking with them. Probably be like 10,000 bucks to fix my car. Not too bad. 2,500. I needed new tires or something, eh? What's new, I wonder? See, I had this one originally with extra tires, but they put the uneven terrain, no, the heavy cargo right to the top, but the maneuverability went down to here, and the normal cargo down to there. Okay, that's our paint job right there. I think we can get a newer bar, maybe. Oh no, level 30 is the next bar. Anything good? Any better tires? pretty set. Where'd you get rid of the laptop? Probably good, eh? Saves us money, actually. There. And then here's our driver manager. So she's gone up from 1.7 to 2.5. So she just started with three dots. Now she's got like 2 and everything.
It's been a long time coming, baby. It's just the right time for me. I was thinking I could sink my teeth in you. 'Cause no one in this world can taste as sweet as you. You're super sweet. Super sweet.
Balanced. Ronald, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Let's try something different with Michaela. Focus on long distance training. I got lots of Iveco Stralises because they're cheap. Balanced for everybody else. Try long distance there too, I guess. I think that's like far away from stuff down there. She's driven 53,000 kilometers, eh? She's the second charge, that's why she has a Scania. I don't know how much cheaper that Scania is to the Iveco. I guess it's like 12,000 more for them, you know? For basic Scania. And we got 4 garages. I gotta make this one bigger one day, but I gotta go 180,000. Make that one a small garage one time. But we'll upgrade London, or we'll get 2 more trucks for London first, and then we'll worry about upgrading that garage later. But you guys, I don't know, dudes. Seems like a good time to wrap up for the night so I can get some sleep. I don't work tomorrow, so I'll probably be on. Maybe I might do a little bit afternoon with the Avengers or something, but other than that, 7 o'clock is my normal start time. If you want to check out my YouTube and TikTok, the links are in the description. Try to make clips each day of something from the stream. If I can find something interesting, you know, that kind of stuff. And if you haven't followed yet, please do so. And even if you're watching this video after the fact, hitting like and hitting share helps a ton. If you want to know the poll results, let's see here. I'm going to just move that over here so I can see it better. 33% voted for the Road Warrior. It was close though. 29% for Baby Driver. And 24% for Talladega Nights. And then not as much for Death Proof. 14%. That's pretty interesting. Thank you for participating in the poll if you participated. And also thank you for whatever role you played here tonight. Thank you for those, anyone that followed, that shared, that liked, all that good stuff. For the stars from Clint earlier. You know, that's awesome of you all. Thank you so much for those likes, those shares. Even hanging out is awesome. Thank you so much. And I hope to see you again in the near future. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Today was a long stream, 7 hours. So normally I start about 7 hours ago. But thank you, and hopefully we'll see you again in the near future.